Shit. I always forget to hit this mic for y'all. You can hear me. Yeah. Oh, I'm doing way too much, folks. Doing way too much. Replace. I had to fix something. So just give me some grace. Give me some grace. Give me some grace. Jeez, oh Pete, I did it again. Oops, I did it again. Why is Britney Spears going through my head this morning? Good morning, Morty. Hey, Marcia, NYC. Good morning. Listen, folks, do me a favor. Go ahead and like and share. Hit the like buttons, hit the share buttons. And the reason why I'm asking you to do that, have you noticed I never ask people to do that? I'm asking you to do that this morning. Hey, Sherry. Hey, Chef Ryan, because I think this is some of the most important information that people could be hearing. um, I really do. Because here's my thing. Let me just, can I just keep it 100% real? I don't give a shit if they end up finding his name in the files or not, because I already know who he is. I already know the type of things he participated in it. And I believe the other women who already said what they said. I believe the Katie Johnson. I believe the everybody else, right? So I don't need these files to tell me anything. I really and truly don't. Now, if that's the thing, appreciate you guys. Thank you, Lucretia. If that's the thing that does the deal, thank you, Pen 1010. Thank you, Pete Jones. Thank you, Jamie. I know. Sorry, guys. Like, I don't need the files to tell me that. And here's my thought process. I really believe that the folks that have a different agenda, like a long-term agenda, Trump has served his purpose. Okay. Trump has gotten them in office for the second term to finish carrying out Project 2025. They don't really give a shit about him anymore. He was the tool to get them in office, to get the things done that they want to get done. So if he gets taken down, they're fine with that. They got JD Vance prepped and ready to go, right? What I am excited about, though, is the thing that can actually damage the entire administration, especially the DOJ. Why does that excite me? That excites me because the judicial branch is the one branch of government that we need to hold strong until we get to midterms. So it excites me greatly, greatly, for there to be an opportunity for a lot of heat to come down on the Department of Justice and potentially this entire administration. And there are several different organizations that are in a good place to make that happen. Inspirations by Leslie Ann. I disagree that it's barely hanging on. I think Joe Biden appointed over like around 250 federal judges in his 4 years. I don't think that it's barely hanging on. I think that the Supreme Court is compromised, as it always has been, for the last, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. But the Supreme Court is not the end all be all. They don't hear every case. And there are a lot of other cases that are happening in district courts, and in appellate courts that are significantly important. And there are more of those cases than the Supreme Court can hear. Right? Hey, Denise, do y'all follow me on that? The Supreme Court can't hear 100 cases. The Supreme Court cannot hear 100 cases, right? So what does that tell us? All of these other cases, good morning, Cam, that are taking place in districts, right? Those things are very important and significant, and probably one of the most important things that could be happening. Okay. Do you practice quoting MSNBC verbatim? I don't watch MSNBC, so yeah, couldn't tell you. Do you practice your trolling before you join a live? Just wondering. Or do you guys get like an update every week, like what you should say when you troll people? Do you guys get like standard talking points? Like these are the things that you should say when you're trolling people? Do you get that? Just asking. Oh, yeah. Everything about me is all natural. Love. Right. The How to Troll Guide, AJ. Absolutely. Yeah. I don't know. I guess they know what MSNBC says because they watch it. Just like Trump does. Right. It's always just funny to me. It's funny to me when people say this. Number one, what's really hilarious is when people come in here and people say things like, oh my gosh, thanks, Ryan. They'll come in and they'll say things like, this is what Democrats do. Well, you know what they say about assumptions, because I have never ever registered with any political party. I have voted for George Bush and Joe Biden, right? I think there's a lot of things that people make assumptions about that just shows how ignorant they are. Do me a favor, folks, ignore the trolls, but they can be here because they're great for the algorithm. So thank you guys for helping push me out to the For You page. I only have four things that I ask for in this space. Okay. They are right up here. Okay. These four things are: number one, be respectful. Okay. Even if we disagree, even if we have passionate dialogue and discourse, that's okay. It can even get tense as long as it remains respectful, right? So be respectful. Number two, don't use slurs of any kinds. If you use slurs in this space, you will be muted and then booted from this live. Number three, do not spam the comments. If you've got something you want to say it once or twice. Don't say it 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, or you will be muted and booted. Not because you disagree, but because you are clogging up the comments and spamming, and that's not beneficial to anybody. And then the last thing is this: do not type in all caps. All caps is reserved for my moderators and my folks that are vision impaired. If that does not apply to you, do not type in all caps. Okay. So that's it. It's just that simple. Those are the things that I ask for. As long as you can be a decent human being and respect those guidelines, then that's it. Right. So, yes, Mama Cakes. On the yellow switch, like, I think it was on the yellow switch or the pink switch. Yeah. Don't go on the yellow switch. Do you know where it is? They're on the, I believe they're on the bedside stand in there. So, hey, Akaria. Yeah, Janice, we had to move it around. Yeah, we had to move it around. So listen, you are more than welcome to request up to join me on the panel. I am totally okay with any of that, no matter who you are. So it's not enough that you're frightened. You're advising your followers to go along. Um, you know, here's the thing that I love. Go ahead and why don't you join me? Go Vols. I'm from Tennessee too, by the way. Yeah, I'm on early. Yeah, I am. Come on, Go Vols. Get on the box. Hey, Paige. Good morning. So Go Vols, I sent you a direct invitation. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. The same charger that does the iPad does this. Yep, same one. Where you at, Go Vols? You got a lot to say. You got a lot to say in the comments. Go ahead and just join the panel while you down there yip, yip, yippity yipping. Come on, let's not be a keyboard warrior this morning. Let's be brave. Let's be bold. Come on. Gregory Jones, the invitation is open to you as well. It's open to either one of y'all. Come on. Come on. Gregory, Go Vols. No. No, you can only talk smack from the keyboard. You can't make it all the way to the panel. No. I'm waiting for either one of you guys. Nope. See, this is what I mean. Right, crickets. Crickets, crickets, crickets. It just tickles me. This is what's so funny. This is what happens when people know you deal in facts and you don't take bullshit. This is what happens when people know that you just deal in facts and you don't take bullshit, and you require them to be able to back up the bullshit they're saying. This is what happens. Yeah, they scattered real quick, didn't they? They scattered very quick. I don't know, and nor do I care. So let me share some information with you all today. Okay. Good morning, Blake. Good to see you. So I want to talk about says paused for you. Yeah, Nico, thank you. Guys, I don't know if it says pause. Just swipe out and swipe back. I'm not paused. I don't know. Thank you, Sunshine to Peach. I appreciate you. Like palmetto bugs, right, Mel Gray. All right. So listen, folks, if you were not here, oh, you're still here. You're just not going to take directives from me. Oh, you mean you're still here and you just want to sit in the damn comments because you can't get up here? Is that what you mean? Guys, I'm not paused. Is it still showing paused? Some of y'all are having problems. Some of you are not. You can't see me. Everybody else is you're not paused. Still paused, but can hear you for fuck's sake. Okay, I am going to listen. I'm going to restart. I'm going to restart. Okay? Because some of y'all can see me and some of you can't. Am I fine? What are we doing? No, we're good. Okay. Jeez. All right. So so let me just talk. And bring you up to speed on what we're going to talk about. So last night, well, over the last few lives, we have specifically been talking about what has happened with the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case and the appreciate you, Paige. Hey, Timmy Ratliff, good to see you. We've been talking about that case and the timeline that has the parallel timeline of the DOJ, right? And the whistleblower case and all of that. Guys, if you see that I am paused, just swipe out of the screen and swipe back in because I'm not paused. Okay. Luna's mom, don't do that, please. Please don't do that. Luna's mom, do not say things like that about other people. Don't do that. Not in this space. Hold on. I had to get real serious for a second. Do not say things like that in this space, even if they are shitty people. Don't do that. I told you all very, very clearly, Mary, again, we're not going to do that either. Yes, Juan, I have. It's literally here already. Mary, we're not doing that either. Listen, I want to just say something to you all. I am not a fan of Donald Trump. I do not support what this administration is doing. And I do not mock people's medical conditions. I don't give a shit who they are. I don't care how much I don't like them, right? I don't say things and make allegations against other people because I don't like what they're saying. We're not doing that in this space. I don't do those things. Hey, Tara Love, good morning. So you cannot like Trump. When I say things like be respectful, that is on both sides of the fence. Mary, you don't know what it is. You're not his damn doctor. So listen, you can think that you know what medical condition he has, but you're not his physician, right? And it really doesn't matter what it is. It is what it is. Okay? So I'm just saying, folks, this is not what we do. If you want to go into a space where all they do is spew hate and talk bad about Trump or whatever, or downgrade MAGA, then go to another live, right? We don't do that here. And I don't discuss other people's medical issues because I'm not their physician. Marsha, Go Vols is not coming up here. I already sent them a direct request to come up here. They're going to sit in the comments and just talk shit. So we're going to ignore them. Okay. Sorry, guys. I just needed to level set. I don't do that. I just don't. Right. Doesn't matter if I like them or support them or not. I just don't say things like that about people. Okay, cool. So I want to say this about what we've been doing the last couple of days. All right. What we've been doing the last couple of days is we have been talking specifically about the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case and its timeline, the parallel timeline of the whistleblower case from Mr. Riveni. Hey, Shannon. And now we are adding an additional timeline with the nomination of Emil Bovee for the Third Circuit Appellate Court, right? With that nomination comes some investigation. Now, here's the thing. His participation in the whistleblower case is enough to get him disbarred. It's enough to make his nomination a moot point. It's enough to say absolutely not. He should not be an appellate judge. And if that were it, that should be enough. But it's not all. It is not in any way, shape, or form all. It is literally one piece of a huge iceberg of conduct that is absolutely crazy. And how do you know it's over the top? Folks, listen. 900 attorneys sent a letter. 900 attorneys signed a letter to the Senate Judiciary Committee advising and warning them that Emil Bovee should not be an appellate judge. That should matter. And yes, I have the letter, right? We are going to read this letter along with several other complaints and things regarding this nominee for the Third Circuit Court of Appeals, because it's really important that we understand, because this person is the principal assistant attorney general. That's the position that he currently holds. So whether or not he even becomes a Third Circuit appellate judge, he shouldn't be in the DOJ in any way, shape, or form. And this is the story that I think more people need to be talking about. How much can we say about the Jeffrey files, right? How much can we say about the Jeffrey files before it just gets old and it gets to be too much? Is anybody surprised that Senator Durbin is saying that somebody has told them that the FBI has been told to flag all mention of Trump in the files? Is anyone surprised by that? I'm not. Does anybody believe anything is going to come of that? I don't. Good morning, Cheryl. Feel better, right? I don't think that there's anything that's going to come of that particular allegation. What I am interested in are the court cases that have specifically been filed with regard to this administration by some of these watchdog organizations who have exhausted all of their administrative resolutions. And yeah, we did just go to bed, user blessed. And this is the part that makes me go, oh shit, because this is the part that has teeth. Y'all understand that, right? This is the part that has teeth, and this is the part that needs to have a great resolution, especially if Trump somehow is removed from office. This is the part that needs to be there and has to be focused on. Got it? Fry Daddy, absolutely. No, I disagree. And I'll tell you why I disagree, right? I went ahead and sent you a request. I would love to talk about this with you because I've heard other people say this. Good morning, Rebecca Littlebird. So Fry Daddy said, I'm sure the Biden administration would have released the files of Trump if Trump was in them. So there's that. I disagree. And I'm going to tell you why. I strongly disagree with that assessment. Number one, the Biden administration had bigger things to do. The Biden administration inherited a global pandemic that had not been handled well at all. The Biden administration inherited a significant problem in the country where 1 million people, unalived in this country as a result. They inherited a country that was significantly divided, that had a flailing economy, that had all types of issues in terms of all of those different things. So they had, right, Hanson, doing their jobs. So I don't agree that the Biden administration was worried about the Jeffrey files, right? I think the Biden administration was concerned with handling the things that actually needed to, well, call me crazy, but they were focused on the American people and doing what was in the best interest of the American people. And by the way, let me just say this. If the Biden administration had released those files, Trump supporters would not have believed it anyway. They would have said it was a lie from the Biden administration. The Biden administration would gain nothing. They would gain nothing by sharing the files. Right, Nico, they would have said it was a hoax. So there was no need for the Biden administration to touch the files whatsoever, right? So that's the part that people need to remember. It did them no good to do that. So it was better to focus on the actual country. Hey, Jamie, good morning. Right now, Penny, it's okay. Let me help you, Penny. I'm here to help. It's YOU apostrophe RE. So and this is why y'all get confused about pronouns because your YOUR is a possessive pronoun, right? This is why pronouns confuse them. So listen, your is a possessive pronoun, right? When you are trying to say you are something, right? You have to do the YOU and the apostrophe replaces the A and it becomes RE. Okay? I just want to be helpful. Teaching moment. Yes. Michigan Mountaineer. Yeah, no, she was trying to be a smartass and call me names. And so I just thought I'd help her. Bless your heart. Okay. So, okay, and let me just say this. If you disagree with me, if you have something that you want to discuss with me, right, Susie, I'm here to help, right? Feel free to request up on the panel. You don't have to agree with me to come discuss things with me. We will have a respectful conversation, right? Mine will be fact-based. I'm going to ask that yours be so as well. Thank you, Lawanda. Good morning, Cheryl. Um, Tara Love, you are more than welcome. Happy Monday, people. Happy Monday. And I know we were supposed to do a mental health Monday. We might do it later. Right now, I want to dig into these things. What's up, Jeremiah? All right. So let's dig in. So how many of you all, let me ask you this. How many of you all have been in here for the reading of the court filings from July 2nd for Kilmar Abrego Garcia's attorney and for the June 24th whistleblower complaint from Mr. Erez Raveni? Okay. And then after that, the I should have asked how many weren't, right? Thanks, Mimi. Appreciate it. Some of it, not all of it. Okay. How many of you all are aware of, and we just dipped into some of this last night, when we started to talk about this quid pro quo that appears to have taken place between Emil Bovee, right, and the DOJ with Mayor Eric Adams through his attorneys, because this part gets really good. This part gets super duper good, and I am just excited about it. So remember last night when we talked about the fact that that Emil Bovee had met with Emil Bovee had, you missed that part last night? Okay. Yeah, last night was awesome, right, Sharon? Which, by the way, I've downloaded last night so that I can go ahead and do some clips of it and get things up. Okay, so let me do a brief recap. Okay. With the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case, things that you need to know, right? High level overview. What you need to know is that with Kilmar Abrego Garcia in 2019, he was granted withholding of removal from El Salvador. Okay. And that a condition of that withholding of removal is that he would check in with ICE every single year. Okay. So Kilmar Abrego Garcia checked in with ICE on January 2nd of 2025, and it was an uneventful visit. He'd been checking in with ICE every year since he got withholding of removal. ICE never, ever made a motion or moved to reopen that case and change his status, right? Instead, what happened is in March 12th, when he finished his shift, as a sheet metal worker and with the union that he belonged to, he went to pick up his son. His son is now 5 years old and autistic, deaf in one ear, and has a speech issue, so is nonverbal. And he picked up his son, and then he's pulled over by ICE, right? this is when he's handcuffed in front of his kid. His mother is told, his wife is told, come and get your son before he's sent to CPS. And then he's taken between like a what am I trying to say? A detention center in Maryland to a detention center in Louisiana, then to the detention center in Texas. All the while, when he is asking to speak to an ICE agent because he has judicial relief and he's asking to go before an immigration judge, he's being told falsely that he's going to go before an immigration judge when he gets to Texas. But he doesn't. When he gets to Texas, that's the first time he overhears two guards talking about them being sent to Venezuela, to El Salvador. Okay. And that happens on March the 14th. On the 14th is when he calls his wife that night and says, hey, listen, I'm hearing that we're going to El Salvador. Call my family in El Salvador so that they can get me. And that's how he learns about it. Now, simultaneously, at like literally parallel at the same time, you have Mr. Erez Raveni, who is he's in the DOJ. He's a 15-year DOJ attorney. He has worked under Obama, the first Trump administration, Biden administration, and now the second Trump administration. He has received accolades and awards under all the administrations, right? So you have this guy being told on the 14th that he is being promoted. And he's being promoted to assistant deputy director to OIL. OIL is the Office of Immigration Litigation. Okay. And then it's going to be effective on the 21st. All right. Give me just a second, folks. So folks, when I bring you up here, do me a favor, put yourself on mute until I get to you. And make sure that you do follow the guidelines that I have, which is be respectful, don't use slurs, don't spam the comments, and don't type in all caps. Good morning. How are you, hater?
I'm fine.
Did you mean to request up?
Yeah, I was getting like the little heart to give you, and it came up there at the top, and that came down there at the bottom, and don't ask me. I don't know. I've never seen it before.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, no, you requested up, and I just wanted to see. So if you didn't mean to, that's okay. I'll drop you back down. But
if it's okay, I don't care. But I mean, it's fine.
Okay, sure.
I saw the little list.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I was just trying to do another on the list, and then you came on. I mean, then I talked to you.
Gotcha. No worries. Megan, are you also meaning to request up? Carrie Morrison, are you meaning to request up? I've got other people that are in the queue as well. Yes, no, maybe, folks. Hey, Nikki, good to see you. Okay, I am guessing no. All right, so here's the part where things get really, really important. Okay, so here's what we know was happening at the DOJ that same weekend. Okay, that same weekend when Kilmar Abrego Garcia, along with 22 other Salvadorians and 238 Venezuelans. Hey, Kelly, they are all. I got you, Carrie. No worries. They are all in Texas, and many are just finding out that they are about to be deported to El Salvador, to CCOT. At the same time, here's what's happening at the DOJ. And I'm going to talk to you about this, and then we're going to go back and pick up what happened just like a month before this regarding Emil Bovee. Why is Emil Bovee super important? Because he is Trump's nominee for the Third Circuit Appellate Court. And it matters what other attorneys who've worked with him, other judges, it matters what those people know about him, what they have witnessed about him, and what they have evidence of. By the way, I also have one of Emil Bovee's letters concerning the Eric Adams deal. So I'm really excited about this because we're not only are we going to talk about what people have said about him, we're going to be able to take a look and see what he has said in response to certain things, especially regarding the Adams case. Okay. So, um, all right. So, are you ready? Well, there was no court case at all with Abrego Garcia. Like that's the whole point. So, listen, when Kelmar Abrego Garcia is taken in by ICE on March the 12th of this year, and he is told that his status has changed, right? It's not true because nobody has moved to reopen his immigration case and get that status changed, right? So his status had not changed. He was entitled to due process. He was entitled to the judicial relief that he had been granted in 2019. It was good for 10 years. So until 2029, then he would go back before an immigration judge and then they would determine what to do at that point in time. So up until now, folks, he has simply been married to his wife, who's a US citizen, taking care of their 3 children, and working and going to college to get his license to be a sheet metal worker, along with the union that he belonged to. Got it? So that is what we need to know about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. What you also want to know is, hold on. I have the court cases here. Oh, which reminds me, y'all know I like to print things. So give me 1 second. Sorry, folks. Give me 1 sec. Yep, I want every bit of that one. Thank you. It is sad how much I'm geeking out over these legal papers, but they are beautiful and beautifully written. They are beautifully written. I could not be more thrilled with the court cases that have been filed by the watchdog organizations. I could not be more thrilled with the letter from the attorneys, including the attachments that they included. It's just absolutely beautiful. And I'm quite excited about it, to be honest. Hold on. I'm making sure that I get my ish together. It says printing. Okay, cool. So, 1 sec. I'm just restarting my printer real quick because sometimes it doesn't see that it's there when it's there, and it should see that it's there. So give me 1 second, folks. Okay, cool. All right. So I'm going to wait for all of those things. Yeah. So the FOIA request is part of the America Oversight Watchdog Organization, and so that's the part that I love, Marcia. This it eases your anxiety. I love that, because listen, the anxiety doesn't do us any good whatsoever. Like it does us no good whatsoever. So we're going to stay in the present moment and talk about these things. Is this the last one? This is his own words. And I love for people to stick their foot in their mouth with their own words so we can see what they say for themselves. I love that part of things. I don't know about you all, but it gets me super excited. Yes, Tara Love, and I am here for it as well. Tara Love says, I have noticed the way legal docs have been written. They've been written better and more detailed. And she's here for it. Agree. Me too. Right. Oh, come on, Max. If you're a real person, join the panel, Max. Come on, Max. Come join the panel. If not, you're going to end up getting booted. Not because, you disagree, but just because you're not offering anything beneficial. Yeah, he just keeps yippity yipping in the comments. That's what will get you booted, Max. 100%, Tara Love, 100%. Okay, so I want to tell you what was happening for those of you guys that are hearing this part for the first time. Okay, so I know my regulars are familiar with this, But for those of you guys who maybe are new to me, or you've missed a couple of things in the last like 5 days, how many of you all are not familiar with the entire whistleblower complaint filed by Erez Ruveni? How many of you all are not familiar with the entire whistleblower complaint? Frodo, you're not? Who else is not familiar with it? You're not? Okay. You're not either. Good morning. You're not either. Okay. Great. Great. Okay. So there's quite a few of you. Yay. Great. All right. So here's the beautiful thing. Let me tell you all this. Okay. First, let me tell you this. All of these documents, some of them are new ones that I have, but the one that I'm talking about now, they are all in my link tree, folks. So if you want to read along with me, you can go to my link tree and you can grab the document, or you can get the document later. I provide those things to you because I don't want you to just hear what I'm saying. I want you to go look at the document yourself so that you can make your own determinations. That's the best part about this. Okay. So here's what happens. So one of the most powerful documents I have seen in a while is, well, until that damn court document last night. Woo-wee. That one was so good. It was so good. Australian National Social. Did you mean to request up? Okay, so this is the whistleblower complaint. Okay, it was filed on June 24th of this year. And remember what I was saying just a second ago? You did? Okay, so give me a second, guys.
Hey, lad.
Hey, good morning, Australian. How are you?
I'm doing personally fine.
Great. What you got for me?
So what I personally believe that about immigrants in the Trump administration, I believe they will bring them down, or either Trump's masters, the rabbis, as I like to call them, rabbis, will either just get them out of the office completely. I personally believe that Trump is a puppet controlled by Israel or the Jews.
Ooh, careful with that. Careful with that.
Juices. I meant juices.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying, be careful with anything that can be perceived to be anti-Semitic. So yeah, so what I would say is that the state of Israel, the nation of Israel, is in cahoots of sort with Trump. I would say that, yes. Do I think that Israel is controlling him? No more so than it always has. I mean, Bibi Netanyahu has been at this with the United States of America for decades at this point, right? So I don't think that what we're seeing with Israel is anything new. I think that what the Heritage Foundation would like in terms of our relationship with Israel is what they want to change. And they want that to change starting in 2029 when we redo our memorandum of understanding that we have with them.
Exactly. But I think the reason why I bring this up is that two reasons. One, the juices, they do, as someone's going to call them juices, is to divide, the TikTok theme. They tend to lie quite a lot. I mean, they lie about their own history. If you look the hollow.
Yeah, but let me just say this though, right? I want to put a pause there. Okay. I know a lot of people that lie about their history, including the United States of America, right? Including Australia, including the UK. There are tons of countries that the governments of those countries lie about their histories, right? So we're not going to make that about Jewish people. We're just not. I'm gonna be very clear about this. The people, the same way that the majority of American citizens have nothing to do with how our history has been whitewashed and told incorrectly in history books, is the same way that the people of Israel don't have anything to do with what the government and the state of Israel does. So what I don't do in this space is attack any particular group of individuals and make them responsible for what their government does, because the government is completely separate from the people in almost every situation. So I hear what your thoughts are, but we're just not going to talk about it with regard to a specific group of people. especially by that description, because there are Jewish people that live in Palestine. There are Jewish people that live here in the United States of America. It's not just synonymous with Israel, and so I just have to make that distinction because it's not the people, and it's not that I am Stacy. So yeah, so I mean, when I refer to immigrants and immigration being the things that brings down the Trump administration and the DOJ, I'm talking about specifically because of what the DOJ and members of the DOJ have done that is illegal in court, right? So that's the thing that got Sidney Powell in trouble, Kenneth Chesebro, John Eastman, Rudy Giuliani, Jenna Ellis. What got those lawyers in trouble are the lies that they told in court, right? And so that's the thing that's going to be very important for the DOJ. When I talk about, will it be the immigration practices and policies that bring the administration down? It's because of what they're doing in court that is illegal. Does that make sense?
Yes, somewhat.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what we're talking about today. So what you hear me printing are the rest of the court documents that we've been going over for the last week or so. So let me ask you this. Are you familiar with Erez Raveni?
I have not heard that name, I think, before.
Okay. And what about Emil Bovey?
None of these names I can recognize, as remember I am a Brit in Australia, so.
Gotcha. Well, so when we're talking about like what's happening in the United States of America, that's huge right now. It is the fact that Donald Trump has nominated Emil Bovey, who is the principal assistant attorney general, to be a Third Circuit Court of Appeals judge, right? The reason why that is very significant is because of some complaints that have been filed against him with the New York lawyer ethics committee, along with several court cases that are going on about things that he's done. And so what we're doing is we're kind of going over all of those things and those court cases and the letters, including the ones that were actually whoops, let me make sure I've got this one right. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, that should take your time.
Yeah, and so we are okay. This is okay. I do have them all. Great. So those are the things that we're talking about, because it will be, in my opinion, the courts that hold enough space for the American people until we get to midterms, so that we can actually turn things around in the country. That's what has to be necessary.
Right.
Yeah. So that's where we are. But yeah. So I think it'll be these court cases. So if you're not familiar with them, I hope that you do stick around and listen to them, because they're really important information. 100%. And
but unfortunately, I would have to probably head out now. But thanks for the insight.
Yeah, no worries. You're welcome to come back any point in time. Appreciate you. Have a good one.
Yep. No issue. Heil Hitler. Okay. Heil Hitler.
He tried. So, well, you knew that it was coming, you guys. Yeah, you knew that it was coming. So somebody, could you do me a favor if he's still in the comments? Go ahead and report him for me. Yeah, I knew it too, Stacy. I knew it too. So if he's still in the comments, I need for one of my folks to go ahead and report him. Appreciate that. All right. So I want to dig into yeah, Mama Dukes, I am. So I want to go ahead and masterclass and redirect. Appreciate you. His name is Australian Society something. I don't know. Right, Tara Love, A for effort. So we're going to talk about the rest of these things. Right. He was trying so hard. And I'm just not doing it. All right. So listen, I want to go over for backdrop again, right? Is to talk about, well, he does matter because of what he said right before I booted him. So I want him reported so that TikTok can see that I did not support what he said. right? So that's why it matters. All right. So when we talk about this whistleblower case, I wanna go ahead and kind of frame it so that everybody understands what I'm talking about. Erez Ruveni is a 15-year DOJ veteran, right? He's worked for the DOJ for 15 years under Obama, Trump, and then Biden, and then Trump again. He was notified on March the 14th that he was going to become the acting deputy director of OIL, which is the Office of Immigration Litigation, effective March the 21st. Remember, March the 14th is also the first time that Kilmar Abrego Garcia discovers, he hears that he is being deported along with 22 other Salvadorians and the 238 Venezuelans to El Salvador, after he's been being told by ICE all this time that he is going to be going before an immigration judge in Texas. So at the same day that Kilmar Abrego Garcia finds out he's actually being deported to El Salvador is the same day that Erez Ruveni finds out that he is going to become the acting deputy director of OIL, the Office of Immigration Litigation. Why is that important? It's because of what happens right after that. So shortly after being told that he was going to be promoted, he got called into a meeting. And this meeting is really important because in this meeting was not only Erez Ruveni, they on the same day, Michigan Mountaineer. So Erez Ruveni was there, but listen at the other people, and these people and their positions are incredibly important. I cannot stress this enough, okay? So listen, Mr. Ruveni is brought into a meeting. In that meeting, they are advised that Donald Trump is about to sign a presidential proclamation invoking the Alien Enemies Act. Okay. Now, he was told that information. And he was requested to come by Drew Ensign. Now, Drew Ensign is the Deputy Assistant Attorney General of OIL, okay, which is the Office of Immigration Litigation. The other people that were there: Principal Assistant Deputy Attorney General Emil Bovey, Counselor to the Deputy Attorney General James McHenry. I don't know if y'all know this or not, but he's not there anymore. Did you all know that James McHenry is no longer there? He's not. Associate Deputy Attorney General Paul Perkins, along with Drew Ensign, and then acting director for OIL, right? And then Ruveni's direct supervisor, who is August Flente, and then some other immigration litigation attorneys. I don't know. I just know that he's not there anymore because of one of the other court cases that I read. So here's what happens at this meeting. And this is the part that every one of you should know because you need to be talking about this to your senators. So at this meeting, Emil Bovey, the guy who was currently sitting before the Senate Judiciary Committee as a nominee for the Third Circuit Court, right? He says to everyone that this presidential proclamation is about to be signed regarding the AEA. He then goes on to tell them that there are going to be one or more planes that are going to be taking off over that weekend on the 15th and 16th. He tells them that these planes must take off no matter what. And then he proceeds to say the following to everyone. He says to the DOJ attorneys in the room that there may come a time that they would need to consider telling the federal courts, fuck you, and ignoring any court order that might enjoin this case. He told them that they were expecting that a court order would enjoin the case before these planes could take off. And because they were expecting that, the DOJ would need to tell the federal courts, fuck you, right? And ignore. No, it's not only one plane. All of the planes took off after the first court order. All of them took off. All three took off after the first court order. The first court order applied to the five Venezuelans. So here's the thing. So Emil Bovey, I just need to stress this, guys. You're talking about the principal assistant deputy attorney general telling DOJ attorneys that they may need to tell federal courts, fuck you, and ignore their orders. Got it? That's crazy. and insane. And that alone is reason for him to be disqualified. Yeah, Frodo, I got it. We're going to get there in just a second. It doesn't matter. A written order does not matter. Folks, listen, when a judge gives an oral order from the bench, it's an order. It's in the record. When they do the written order that follows, that's just the written order. It does not matter if a judge issues a verbal order. It is the same thing as a written order. A judge's order in court is a judge's order. Every order that comes out of a judge's mouth is verbal until they issue it written, and that happens afterwards. So that distinction is something that they tried, but it doesn't matter. So listen to why this is important as this goes on. So here's what happens in this room. Imagine you are in this courtroom and you are a 15-year veteran of the DOJ. And you've worked under 3 different administrations, including the first Trump administration. And you're sitting in there and you have the principal assistant attorney general. Stop, girls. Bella. No, ma'am. And so I just want you to imagine that you're there and the principal assistant attorney general of the United States of America is saying, appreciate you for subscribing, Own, is saying to a room full of Department of Justice attorneys that what? That they might need to consider disobeying the orders of a federal judge. Excuse me, one moment. Is this what you all want to do? Yeah, and what did we say before? When somebody leaves a game, it's not a reason to cry and be upset. I know that you have big emotions. I get that. Bella, remember when I told you that if you're going to leave a game because you want to do something else, communicate with your sister. All you have to say is, hey, Mila, I would like to do this now. I'll play Roblox again with you in a little bit. Right. Talk to each other. Don't scream and keep your hands to yourself. All right. So imagine you're in this courtroom. So what Mr. Ravenny says is that everybody in the room just looks shocked, right? His opinion is that everybody in the room is startled, right? Because they're just like, you've got to be kidding me. He says that everyone looks around the room and they appear to be uncomfortable. That is his opinion of what is happening in the room. And then shortly after that statement is made, everybody is ushered out of the room and the meeting is ended. Now, here's what's important is when the meeting is over, he talks to his supervisor, August Flinte. And after he talks to his supervisor, he feels a little reassured because August Flinte feels just like Mr. Ravenny, that there is no world in which we exist where the DOJ would tell a federal judge, fuck you, and ignore his orders. Because the thing is that this is not the practice of the DOJ, the practice and the responsibility of the Department of Justice. So I need for you all to also know this. Every agency has its own attorney. Did you all know that? So there is an attorney specifically for the Department of Homeland Security. There is an attorney specifically for the White House. There is an attorney for the president. There's an attorney for the vice president. There is an attorney. Do y'all hear what I'm saying? There's an attorney for different agencies. And the role of the Department of Justice, because they represent those agencies, right, in their interest in the court, they represent the administration, is to then come back and work with the attorneys of those agencies on how those agencies can comply with the judge's orders. So they work with those people together, right, in order to develop the guidance on what the people in those agencies must do in order for them to actually adhere to the court order. Does that make sense? So if I work for the DOJ and you're the attorney for the Department of Homeland Security, right? And there's a court order that happens. It is my responsibility, number one, to immediately inform you of the court order. And then my responsibility is to get with the attorney for that agency. And then together, because I don't know all the workings of your agency, you do though, right? What I know is what the judge says. Then my responsibility is to work with you to develop the legal guidance that you take back to your agency and you disseminate to make sure that people adhere to court orders. That is what the DOJ does. So he doesn't imagine a world in which we would be telling those agencies instead to ignore court orders, right? And he feels like, oh, okay, well, my supervisor doesn't think this is a thing either. So, maybe Emil just hadn't had his coffee yet, right? But then something else happens shortly after that. Over the next 3 weeks, that becomes like the least thing that's surprising to Mr. Ravenni. Can you imagine a world in which hearing the principal assistant attorney general, deputy attorney general, telling DOJ lawyers to ignore a federal judge becomes like, well, shit, that's the least thing. Like, I thought that was bad. It's nothing compared to what I saw for the next 3 weeks. So over the next 3 weeks, Mr. Ravenni says that he witnessed the following: DOJ officials undermining the rule of law by actually ignoring court orders, the DOJ officials presenting quote unquote legal arguments that have no basis in law, high-ranking DOJ and DHS officials misrepresenting facts presented before the court, right? When you misrepresent facts before the court, that means you're lying to the court, and you can be sanctioned for that. And then last is DOJ officials actually directing Mr. Ravenni himself to misrepresent facts, and which would also be a violation of his legal and ethical duties as an officer of the court, right? So this is the world that we're in. So there's a couple of different things that happen within this whistleblower complaint, right? So within the whistleblower complaint, remember, Emil Bovee says we are expecting a court order that's going to come in before we can get these planes off the ground, right? Text Sammy J, a little bit, not much, but a little bit. So here's what happens. The court order does happen because that night, a little after 1 a.m., so this is Friday night, the 14th into the 15th. So the Saturday morning after midnight, right? It is the 15th at 1:12 a.m. This is when the ACLU files a complaint, right? Files in court on behalf of 5 Venezuelans who are being deported along with Kilmar Abrego Garcia to El Salvador. Mr. Ravenni finds that out when he wakes up the next morning and he reads this complaint. So when he reads the ACLU's complaint, that is the first time he learns that the intention is not only to deport these people, but to deport them to CCOT. That's the first time he hears about this, is from basically his opponent in their lawsuit, which is crazy, right? You've been listening to this on my podcast? Yes, I know. It's crazy, right? I know. But there's more, Sammy J. There's more. I don't think I saw you in last night's live, but last night's live, holy shit, there's more. And it's, and I got really excited about the more that there is. So, okay, so listen. So here's what's happening. As a result of that lawsuit, so remember, things are different in this day and age. Attorneys can file complaints with the court at any point electronically. You know what I mean? We are long past the days where people actually have to go into court. They don't. They just file it online, and it's time stamped by the computer as to when it's received. And then the judge gets it the next morning after the court. Right. It's quicker. So when Judge Boasberg goes into his office this morning and he's been assigned this court case, he's immediately able to review it, and he issues an immediate temporary restraining order for those 5 plaintiffs. Okay. And then he schedules a hearing for 4:00 that afternoon. And that hearing, the purpose of that hearing will be whether or not they expand that restraining order to apply to the entire group of people, not just to those 5 plaintiffs. Okay. Mr. Ravenni sends an email to the court, and this part's important, at 10:18 in the morning. And he tells the court, we've received that temporary restraining order for those 5 individuals and, quote, disseminated it to the relevant executive branch agencies. So this is Mr. Ravenni, DOJ attorney, saying to the court, got your restraining order, got the order, judge. I have done my job and my due diligence, and I have forwarded that information to the appropriate agencies that need to know not to deport those 5 people. Got it? And I've let them know that there's going to be a hearing later on today to see whether or not this is going to be expanded to all the other people. Okay. So that's where we are. Now, here's where shit gets crazier. So after this happens, and he has let the court know this, the hearing occurs. Okay. Now, this hearing is super important. Now, I need you all to remember that this hearing was originally scheduled for 4, and then they changed it to 5 to give everybody time to do it. Apparently, everybody time. The DOJ and DHS know that the hearing is at 5 p.m. They are communicating with DHS leadership. So DOJ leadership is communicating with DHS leadership about how fast this hearing is moving and how quickly they have to get these planes off the ground before this judge issues a class order. Okay. I just need you all to understand the intentional actions by the leadership of the DOJ, which would be Emil Bovee, Pamela Jo Bondi, right? DHS, Joseph Mazzara, right? This is what's happening behind the scenes. This is why on that Saturday, they are working diligently to get these people rounded up and to the tarmac in Texas. They sat there for a really long time. So check this out. So during this hearing, it is Deputy Assistant Attorney General Drew Ensign, right? That represents this case in court, right? So blue collar dad club, please join the panel. I sent you an invitation. I want to address what you said in the comments. Blue collar dad club, can you do me a favor, please, and join the panel so that I can address what you said in the comments? Hey, good morning, Mystic Roots. What's up, Mishkima? And Donald, you're welcome to join as well. I sent you an invitation too. I would love to talk to Blue Collar Dad Club and Donald Oler. Could both of you all please come up to the panel? Yeah, AJ, I'm not talking about that today. Give me a second though. So since they don't appear to be willing to come up to the panel, I want to tell you what they said and then I want to address it. So Blue Collar Dad Club said that the courts can't tell the president what to do. So let me just be clear about that. It's inaccurate. How do we know that? Because the courts have been telling them what to do since the beginning. So listen, for those who may have missed this part of civics class, okay, we have 3 separate but equal branches of government, right? So one branch of government does not have more power and authority than another. Oh, Blue Honey Pot. We played that one. So let me explain how this works. Congress controls the budget and the money and where it goes, and then the executive administration actually administers the money that Congress has approved, and they are free to administer it within the guidelines of how Congress approved it. And then the courts interpret the law, including the Constitution, right, to ensure that both the executive branch and Congress do it according to law. It is a system of checks and balances that are equal but separate branches of government. Good morning, Sandra. So hope that helps. For the person who also said, I believe that was Donald Oler, who said, well, the courts ruled that Supreme Court ruled that that federal judges can't issue blanket or national orders. That is true and not true. They can still do so. They just do it as a class action suit. That's how it's done. And that's why they have been done since that ruling by the Supreme Court. So when you set a class of people, class action is nationwide, is national, and does happen. And if you read the opinion of Brett Kavanaugh regarding that ruling by the Supreme Court, he actually says that the court left that open as a means in which it could still be done. And immediately they were ready and waiting to do it that way. Class actions were literally filed the same day that the Supreme Court made that decision. So I just want to be clear about that. Also, the attorney generals for the state can file it on behalf of the entire state, which again would cover the people in that state. Okay. Raptor, I've invited you to the panel. I'm going to give you 60 seconds to join the panel before you are booted from the live. Not because I don't want you here, but you're saying things that are just trying to rage bait and be a troll. I don't have time for you. If you really want to have a conversation, you'll come up to the panel. If you don't, then we're just going to get rid of you because we got a lot of really important things to talk about. Okay? So somebody keep count and then go ahead and boot him. Because you know, and I know he's not coming to the panel. Y'all do know that, right? Okay, just checking. All right. So listen, here's what's important is what happens in this court hearing. Okay. Because Judge Boasberg is in this courtroom. Drew Ensign is handling this case for the DOJ. And Judge Boasberg says, quote, the plaintiffs. Huh? Oh, mommy only brought the one last night for everybody. I can get you some more later, though. Okay. Okay. Do you want some yogurt? Or some apple or banana? Or no? Okay, not yet. Got it. So, thank you, Red Hot. Listen, Raptor's been taken care of. So listen. So this is what Judge Boasberg says. He says, quote, the plaintiffs expected planes to be departing within the last couple of hours. And he asked Ensign, quote, if any of the named plaintiffs are in fact on any plane that has departed, end quote. Drew Ensign assured the court that none of the named plaintiffs would be removed during the pendency of the TRO. Judge Boasberg then asks, well, does that mean that none of the named plaintiffs, he said, does that mean the plaintiffs, quote, are either not on the planes or that they will not be removed from the planes and will be brought back once the planes have landed in El Salvador, end quote. Drew Ensign, Deputy Assistant Attorney General, says, quote, I don't know the status of the planes. If there are removal flights, the 5 would not be on them, end quote. Now, do you all remember that just the day before, Drew Ensign is in the same meeting with Erez Raveni when Emil Bovee says to them that one or more planes are going to take off over the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, and they need to take off no matter what. So when Drew Ensign says to the judge, I don't know the status of the planes, and if there are removal flights, he knows there are removal flights. He's literally lying to the court. He's misrepresenting facts to the court. So then Judge Boasberg asks whether any deportations or removals were imminent, as in the next 24 or 48 hours, end quote. Ensign answered, quote, I don't know the answer to that question, end quote. Well, that's not true. And we know it's not true. Now, yesterday I showed you all the text messages and the emails that were taking place at this point in time. Because while Drew Ensign is in the courtroom, Mr. Raveni is listening on the public line. And when this happens, Raveni actually exchanges messages with a colleague. And he says, oh shit, that was just not true, right? And the reply is, we're about to enter the find out phase following fuck around. The next person says, I can't believe he said he doesn't know. And the other person says, he got my email. I mean, he doesn't know for sure they're AEA. And the other person says, about what? What? And he says he knows that they are being removed. About the flights, the email from ACLU. And then the next response is, he knows there are plans for AEA removals within the next 24 hours. And the response is, yes, he does. So these are two DOJ litigators that are texting while Drew Ensign is in court about the things he is saying to a federal judge. So they know he's lying to a federal judge and watching it, right? So next, here's what happens. So when he says that, he doesn't know, the judge then says, well, Drew Ensign goes on to say to the judge, we can certainly investigate that and report it back to you. So the judge asks, well, how long is that going to take? When can you all do that? And Drew Ensign says to Judge Boasberg, we can certainly include that in the paperwork we intend to file tomorrow night. Now, why tomorrow night? Because that would be Sunday night and way too late after all of the planes have gone and departed, okay? And when he says that, the plaintiff's attorney, which is the ACLU, says, Your Honor, that won't work. They said, this is urgent. They said, our understanding is that, quote, from people on the ground, from different sources, that planes are going right now, taking Venezuelans to El Salvador, end quote, and that 2 flights, quote unquote, may have already taken off during this hearing. Well, remember, this hearing started at 5 o'clock. They definitely did. They took off during this hearing. Okay. So as this happens, they ask the judge to issue a class temporary restraining order to avoid any more harm. So what the judge does at this time, because he's trying to make sure that he's towing the line here and he's giving the DOJ anytime that they might need. He doesn't want to get overturned on appeal. You know what I'm saying? So he then says, let's do this. I'm going to adjourn the court for now at 5:22 to give Mr. Ensign time to get the answers to my questions, right? And Ensign says, oh yeah, we can do that, Your Honor. And he says, listen, here's what I want specifically, quote, Mr. Ensign, I will want to know, have planes in fact, or is deportation of people under the proclamation pursuant to the AEA in motion now? And will it be for the next 48 hours? And that's when Ensign says, oh yeah, we can do that, Your Honor. Remember, that was at 5:22 p.m. prior to 5:24 p.m. So within 2 minutes, here's what happened. Mr. Ensign, Mr. Ravenny, and a slew of other DOJ attorneys had gotten an email from the ACLU attorneys that cited public reporting of flight information and stated that they had reason to believe that people were on planes for imminent deportation. And according to public reports and various websites that track the whereabouts of planes in real time, Boasberg, Boasberg, that at least 2 planes took off from Texas after the start of the hearing. The first at 5:26 p.m., the second at 5:54 p.m., en route to what online sources speculate was final destination of El Salvador. So that means that Drew Ensign, Mr. Ravenny, and all the DOJ attorneys knew that at least 2 flights were taking off during this hearing, specifically during the adjournment. The court adjourned at 5:22. At 5:26, the first plane took off, and at 5:45, the second plane took off. The court re-adjourned at 6. Raptor's been booted, Kira. So when court re-adjourns at 6 o'clock, Drew Ensign tells the court, quote, "I don't have many details to share." He said that his clients said that the quote unquote operational details raise potential national security issues, particularly ones if it's discussed on a public line. So the judge immediately says, okay, well, let's do kind of like a sidebar conversation, right? That's an in-camera conversation that doesn't have a public line. But even when the judge does that, Drew Ensign says, well, listen, my client said that we may be able to provide you information, but we don't really know what that information would be. So Judge Boasberg says, okay, let's go ahead, put the public line back up, and let's go back to this court case. So at this point, we are back on the record. We're back on a public line. And remember, Ravenny's listening this entire time, okay? At 5:55, right before this part rejoined, Ravenny says, quote, "This doesn't end with anything but a nationwide injunction and a decision point on fuck you," which means, listen, we're going to have to make a decision on whether or not we tell the court, fuck you. And then the other attorney says, it's a question if Drew gets out without a sanction because he's lying to the court. Ravenny says, Jesus. The other colleague says, was he ready for this? Are you with him? Oh boy. So when Mr. Ravenny says that it's a decision point on fuck you, if Emil Bove had not said in that meeting the day before that the DOJ might have to consider telling the courts fuck you, the other guy would have been like, what do you mean a decision point on fuck you? But he didn't. Do you want to know why? Because Emil Bove said it and they all heard him say it. You have the principal assistant deputy attorney general telling the DOJ to disobey federal orders from a judge. And these DOJ litigators are like, oh shit, what are we doing? Okay. So at 6:14, Mr. Ravenny is listening on this public line. And he ends up sending an email. And you will love this guy's emails. We have all of his receipts. They are in the link tree. So Mr. Ravenny actually says in this email, and this is who he emailed. He emailed the attorneys from the Department of Homeland Security Office of General Counsel, the ICE Office of Principal Legal Advisor, and the Department of State Office of Legal Advisor, informing them, along with other DOJ attorneys, that the, quote, judge is certifying a nationwide class as we speak. It is likely a class-wide TRO is imminent. He said, listen, we're going to get a nationwide temporary restraining order. It's happening right now. and he sent it to all of the attorneys that represent the Department of State, the Department of Homeland Security, as well as ICE, the ICE office. So why is that important? Nobody can say they didn't know, because he is literally giving them a play-by-play as it's happening in court. That is extremely important because no one has denial. And when you look at the receipts, folks, you will actually see all of the people, this joker included, on these emails. Now, yesterday I didn't go over this part, but it's really important. So today I'm going to go back over it because there are some of you all that missed this information and you need to know it. So here's what happens. When he's sending out these emails, he is copying everybody. And I mean everybody. The list is DOJ, ICE, DHS, DOS, like everybody. So at 6:44 p.m., so 30 minutes later, Mr. Ravenny texts his supervisor, Mr. Flente, and he referenced Bovey's March 14th comment about telling the courts, fuck you, right? And Mr. Flente acknowledged Bovey's comments with a joke referencing the possibility that one of the two of them could get fired for running this up the chain of command. So he's telling him, listen, if we run it up the chain of command that a court order is being disregarded, then we're probably, one of us, me or you, is going to get fired. Turns out that the only person that had the guts and the integrity to do that is Mr. Ravenny. So at 6:46 p.m., Mr. Ravenny emailed DHS, Department of Homeland Security, the substance of the oral order concerning the class certification. And here's what he says, quote, the class is all non-citizens in U.S. custody subject to the AEA. A written order will follow with more specifics, right? And Mr. Ravenny says, please acknowledge receipt of this email and let us know ASAP on any questions that you might have concerning the removals that have not yet happened, including the folks that are already in the air. He said, if you don't know what we mean by this, let me know. Even the people that are in the air, let me know if you got questions, because I'm going to tell you what we need to do, because this is what the damn judge said, right? So that was at 6:46. At 6:48 p.m., he emails them all again, and he says, sorry for all the emails. Last email, the judge specifically ordered us to not remove anyone in the class and to return anyone in the air. So I want you all to be clear that at 6:48 p.m., everyone knew that there was a class-wide temporary restraining order and no one was to be taken off of our planes in another country. All of them were supposed to refuel and turn the fuck around and bring them back home. That's what was required according to the judge, okay? So here is what happened after that, all right? So when Boasberg issued this court order, here's what he said. He said that the court was, quote, required to act immediately and that the court could not, quote unquote, wait any longer, particularly in light of the plaintiff's information that was unrebutted by the government that flights are actively departing and plan to depart. So let me tell you what Judge Boasberg said to Drew Ensign in court, folks. He said to Drew Ensign the following, quote, you shall inform your clients of this immediately, and that any plane containing these folks that is going to take off or is in the air needs to be returned to the United States. Those people need to be returned to the United States. However that's accomplished, whether turning around a plane, not embarking anyone on the plane, or those people covered by this on the plane, I leave that to you. But this is something that you need to make sure is complied with immediately. He said, I don't give a damn how you get it done. But you, Drew Ensign, need to make sure that this court order is followed. I don't care how you do it, but you better make sure that they all get back here. Now, we know that they didn't. We know that they were found in contempt. What's happening right now is that criminal contempt is still playing out in court. And there is the possibility of a special prosecutor coming after Mr. Drew Ensign and the others. And in light of all the evidence that is with this whistleblower case, it will not end well for those people, which is why I ask you, will it be immigration that actually brings down the DOJ and the Trump administration? Maybe so. And I would love that for them, to be quite honest. So Mr. Ravenny ain't playing because he likes his law license, right? So here's what he said again at 7:04. Now remember that Joker emailed. Can I tell y'all? He emailed at 6:14, at 6:44, at 6:46, and again at 7:04, 20 minutes later. Mr. Ravenny emailed the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of State as follows. Here's what he said. As we await the written order clarifying our understanding of the injunction as clarified at the end, no one subject to the Alien Enemies Act in our custody can be removed, and anyone in the air should be returned unless they have a final order from Title VIII. It is a Title VIII final order. And then he says, please confirm receipt and let us know what, if anything, is happening. Thank you. The Republicans don't enforce this. This is why we have a separate branch of government, the judiciary. So this is what happened. No one responded to that email. No one from the Department of State, no one from the Department of Homeland Security bothered to respond to him. And that was at 7:04. So at 7:18, he sent another email. Told y'all this dude is not playing. So at 7:18, he sent another email to the Department of Homeland Security requesting confirmation that no one without a final order of removal under Title VIII would be removed from the planes as they landed, including one that is scheduled to land at 7:20 p.m., noting that, quote, we need to address this ASAP to avoid contempt, end quote. Mr. Ravenny again received no response. Yeah, he said, nope, not today. Listen, this joker is emailing at 6:14, 6:44, 6:46, 7:04, 7:18, right? And then again, guess what happens? At 7:26, the court issued its written statement. At 7:27, Mr. Ravenny sent another email, y'all. 1 minute after the court issued that written order, he issued another email. And that email was to the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of State with a copy of that written order. And he said, so at 7:31, this is where it gets good, real good. At 7:31, Drew Ensign emailed James Percival, who is the senior attorney to the Secretary of Homeland Security, Joseph Mazzara, who is the acting general counsel for the Department of Homeland Security, informing them of the injunction. And then 2 minutes later, Drew Ensign emailed the Department of State attorney as well. Both of these emails, on which Mr. Ravenny and August Flente were copied, informed the recipients of both the oral and the written injunctions, informing the agency counsels that their clients were required to not remove anyone within the class definition, and reflected that Drew Ensign understood that the judge required that the Department of Homeland Security not deplane any planes, which means don't take people off of those damn planes. That's what it means. Mr. Ravenny was not copied on any response. Now, in between that, because remember, we are now sitting at 7:31 p.m. So now I've got to go over here to text messages before I go to emails. So March 15th at 8:16 p.m., between 8:16 and 8:22, there's another set of text messages, right? And this is when nobody is responding to Mr. Ravenny, right? And so he had reviewed, you know how you can track planes, right? So he had reviewed these planes that said, okay, these two damn planes have landed in Honduras by 8:10 p.m., right? And those planes are then going to go from there to El Salvador. So here's what he said. At 8:16 p.m., he texts a colleague and says to the colleague, quote, guess we're going to say fuck you to the court. Super. And the colleague says, well, Pamela Joe Bondi is, not you. Can you imagine seeing your bosses say fuck you to the court, knowing that your name is on the case paperwork, and you're like, this is just great. This is just great. They are fucking around with our law licenses, right? So here's what happens next. At 10:13 p.m., after Mr. Ravenny and Mr. Flinte had exchanged numerous emails, and he had no information about any Department of Homeland Security compliance, Mr. Ravenny again emailed the Department of Homeland Security to ask about whether the guidance had been disseminated with direction for DHS to turn any planes around if they've not yet landed, or to not deplane the people on board if they've already landed. Shortly thereafter, the Department of Homeland Security responded via email that they were holding issuance of guidance pending a decision from the Attorney General. So at this point, here's where we are. At 10:13 p.m., Mr. Ravenny is emailing the Department of Homeland Security again and saying, hey, that guidance that I just gave you guys from the court order from the judge, can you let me know? Have you all disseminated it? Does everybody have it? Do they know they're not supposed to take anyone off the planes? Do they know that any plane that's in the air needs to be turned around? Can you confirm that you all have disseminated the information that I already gave you in order for you to comply with the court order? And the Department of Homeland Security refers back to a member of DOJ and says, nope, we are holding that guidance until your boss's boss, the head of the DOJ, decides whether or not she's going to tell the court, fuck you. What? You're waiting for her to decide? Got it. So, so for the next few hours, Mr. Ravenny is exchanging emails with Flinte and engaged in multiple phone calls with Drew Ensign. He was concerned about two things, folks. Number one, that deplaning any passengers would violate the court's orders, which we now know did happen, and the need to notify the court that the government complied with those orders or its interpretation of the orders. So this part's important, y'all. This part's important. DOJ has to say to the court, we complied with your order or our interpretation of the order. And this is where DOJ leadership tries to play dumb, like they don't know what the fuck this man said when he said it. They try to play dumb that they don't know that an oral order carries as much weight as a written order from a judge, right? So let me tell you what happens at 10:30. Before we get, let me go to the emails. So there's an email from the Department of Justice to, and it doesn't show me the people. It just says this email is to some members of the DOJ, including Mr. Ravenny, and there are two other members of the DOJ that are copied on this email. And it says reference the DVD, which is the complaint, which is the lawsuit, and it says complaint and TRO, so the temporary restraining order. And this is what the email says. So let me see. This is 12. Okay, so this is at 10:30. Whew. It says, yep, I'm looking at the Department of Homeland Security's edits to the district court motion and finalizing. Also, please note that this whatever comment from page 3 of the brief. So there's a comment that they wanted added to the brief. And here's the comment that they wanted added. Quote, this interpretation assumes that the order is operative and applies to all final orders. That is not consistent with the advice we've received from DOJ, which is not to apply the order outside of the named plaintiffs. And then he says, is he fucking joking? That is literally the opposite of what we said earlier today. So DHS's attorneys are putting together, they're finalizing, DHS is putting together their response to the district court motion, right? And the Department of Homeland Security's attorneys says, listen, this interpretation assumes that it applies to everybody. And we were told by DOJ that it doesn't apply to anybody except those 5 Venezuelans. And Ravenny and the other members of DOJ are like, the fuck are you talking about? Because we absolutely told you it applied to everybody, right? That was at 10:30. So, let me tell y'all something. So here's where it gets crazy. At around midnight, Mr. Drew Ensign informs Mr. Ravenny that the DOJ would be filing a notice with the court that was signed by Emil Bovey, right? Saying that its interpretation of the court order was that there was no violation of the court order because it had occurred that those 2 planes left U.S. airspace before the written order was given. Drew Ensign directed Mr. Ravenny to prepare Bovey's notice of appearance. So here's what was happening at the time. Emil Bovey was saying he was going to be the person to appear in court to deliver this filing. Right? It was going to be Emil Bovey that was going to say, Your Honor, because these planes were out of U.S. airspace before you issued a written order, we didn't violate it. We know what you said out of your mouth, but because we were able to get our planes in the air before you put it in writing, it doesn't apply. Okay? Mr. Ravenny disagreed with the interpretation, right? That there was no violation of the order. And he said, well, but the fact that Emil Bovey, a senior DOJ official, was willing to enter an appearance in the case, and he was going to be the one to make this representation to the court, somewhat lessened his concerns, because he was like, well, maybe they know something I don't know, and it will not be on me and my staff. So this is Mr. Ravenny's position, is he is specifically, I need to paint this picture, you all. So Mr. Ravenny is going to be the acting director of the Office of Immigration Litigation, which is one office of the entire DOJ. Emil Bovey is the principal assistant deputy attorney general over all of the DOJ. You follow me? So if I'm Erez Ravenny, and Emil Bovey is going to put his name and he's going to make the notice of appearance, and it's not going to be on me and my staff. Okay. Because I done told y'all I don't agree. And I think it applied to everybody. Right. So he just was like, well, listen, we are not going to be the people that have to defend this argument. It's going to be Emil Bovey. That's what he's told. And then here's what happens. At 12:23 in the morning, so basically just a few minutes later, Drew Ensign tells Ravenny by phone that Emil Bovey would no longer be filing either a notice of appearance or a notice to the court explaining the government's interpretation of the court's orders. Drew Ensign said, psych, email Bubby's not going to be the one doing it. Actually, nope, he's not going to do a notice of appearance or the notice to the court. So this makes Ravenny and Flinte exchange several more emails. Okay. And so let me just go ahead and tell you what they look like. Okay. Sweet baby Jesus. Let me go ahead and do that's 1128, 1109. Okay, so here's what happens. From DHS at 1109, the Department of Homeland Security emails Erez Ravenny, James Percival, and Joseph Mazzara. Okay. And he says to them, oh, and that's not all, but he copies on it somebody else in DOJ, somebody else in ICE, August Flinte, which is Ravenny's direct supervisor. He copies Drew Ensign on it. And then other people that are in the DOJ, Department of Homeland Security, and ICE. Okay. And this email says, hi, everyone. We understand guidance hasn't been issued yet. Oh my God. Can DHS confirm ASAP whether anyone who would be subject to the injunction, because this is what Ravenny replies back to this email. This is Ravenny replying back. And he says, can you all confirm ASAP whether anyone who would be subject to this injunction, as read by us in our papers and in our advice to you earlier today, that it bars removal of anyone with a final order other than someone with a 235B order is not presently being staged for removal. We, and y'all, he put we in all caps, we are telling the court in our briefs the injunction applies to such people, and that is the reason for the need for relief. He said, listen, I need for y'all to let me fucking know that I'm not up here lying to the court. Because I told y'all earlier today, this applies to every damn body. So can you let me know that you actually read what I sent you earlier and that nobody that it shouldn't be applied to hasn't been applied, right? He's just literally saying, come on, please, right? And then he says, if DHS removes such people, nonetheless, we'd be violating the court order as we read it earlier, but also as we are presenting it in our briefs. Can folks please confirm? And then he puts in all caps, in bold and underlined, ASAP. That no one subject to the order is currently being staged for removal. He said, listen, not only did we tell you earlier, but guys, we have to file a brief to the court. And in this brief to the court, we are saying to the court, we understand the interpretation and that we have complied. Can y'all please tell me that we really have complied? Pretty please, because I need some relief right now. I need to know that y'all have not, So Flinte, which is his supervisor, replies back to everybody. And he says, I agree with this. If we file this brief, the United States interpretation of the injunction is that it is universal in scope. So if a decision is being considered to take a different interpretation of this order, we shouldn't file this damn brief because we would need to withdraw it if it has been filed. Right? It's unbelievable, y'all. It is unbelievable. So at 12:33 a.m., Drew Ensign called Mr. Ravenny, informing him that DOJ leadership did not appear to be in a hurry to file such notice. Mr. Ravenny responded that the government would likely face a show cause motion seeking an explanation as to why the government should not be held in contempt of court. What's up, Amy? So at 1:20 a.m., yeah, y'all, it's crazy. So let me see. Oh, hold on. Because I got to read them in reverse order because of the time stamps on them. So hold on. Y'all, when I tell y'all this man copied everybody, it would not surprise me to see at jesus.god.heaven. Buenos dias, Mr. Barrios. It would not surprise me. Because this dude has copied everybody on these emails. So, yes, sissy, give me 1 second. Okay. So, here's what happened. So, okay, let me see. 11:28 p.m. Mr. Ravini wrote to oh wait, no, that's the one I just read. That's August Flente. And then the next one is okay, so this is the one that's important. So then another reply happens. It's from James Percival. Okay, everybody, yes. So this is James Percival, who is from headquarters from the DHS. And he sends this to Flente and he copies Ravini and everybody else. And I do mean everybody else. And he says, my take on these emails is that DOJ leadership and DOJ litigators don't agree on the strategy. Please keep DHS out of it. So here's what he just said in no uncertain terms. Your leadership, as in Pamela Jo Bondi and Emil Bovee, are quite fine with saying fuck you to the court and ignoring this order. It appears that the actual litigators who have to be in the courtroom don't agree and want to follow the law. So y'all need to get your shit together and leave us out of it. And we're not disseminating any information until y'all get on one accord. But by disseminating no information, right, they are violating the orders. Right, Cam? He said, keep our name out your mouth. That's exactly what he said. So he then says, oh, at 12:35, James Percival says again, figure out what DOJ's position is and get back to us. DHS has one position from the top of the agency to the bottom. He said, we are all in line. Every single one of us at the Department of Homeland Security, from Christy Nome all the way to the end of the road, we are all good saying fuck you to the court. We are all good deporting these people and violating the Constitution. We are all good over here. From the top to the bottom, we are loyalists. So you all need to figure out what your position is. He says, DHS has one position from the top of the agency to the bottom. DOJ needs to do the same. And y'all, I need y'all to remember James Percival's position. He's the attorney for DHS. So this is where you got to love Era's Ravini, because then he says this. What is that position? He said, please put this shit in writing. Please put it in writing. He said, what is that position? And Percival says, ask your leadership, holy crap, guys. That's literally what James Percival says. Ask your leadership, holy crap, guys. Right. So there's a response to that, and it's from Ravini. He says, okay, well, we can't file no briefs then. This is going to be the Danny reading of this email. Y'all ready? He said, okay, well, we can't file these briefs then. So we'll hold on to that until we have some clarity on this. The briefs explicitly say that we view the injunction on barring all removals as barring all removals. So if planes are taken off or will take off with people covered by this injunction, as the briefs say, we cannot file the briefs as written. If our view is that the order applies only to the named plaintiffs, then there's no emergency that requires us filing these things. The Solicitor General signed off on the former approach. But if we can't get confirmation that that is how everyone reads the order, then we can't file this brief as it is drafted. He said, I'm standing by for guidance in the meantime. He said, I ain't filing, just let me put it in here. He said, I ain't filing shit because you're not going to get me lying to the court. I'll just wait for your guidance. And folks, that was at 12:42 a.m. Yes, baby. Yeah. You want them right now? Okay. Can I get someone to give me a real quick break just so that I can put her lunch on real quick and do this real quick. Awesome. Give me 1 second, folks. Stay with me because it's going to get even juicier. Hey, Tracy. Hey, Eddie. Hello, Doug. All right. Thanks, Cam. I'll be right back, guys.
Hey, guys. Can you hear me okay? Hopefully. Yeah, so this reading is kind of crazy. I actually was typing in the chat as Danny was like, can someone come up? Because I went to come up. I'll wait for her to come back because I do have a question.
Girl, I can hear you.
What was that, Danny?
I said, girl, I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay, my question, and this might just me multitasking while I'm listening to you.
Yeah.
Is, okay, so we have things going on with Bove. We have things going on with Vinny. Like, we have the Bove, hearing, right? We have what's going on with Vinny. We have what's going on with Garcia and how it kind of unlocks some of the stuff. But I think for my brain, I think I still need to figure out how these, three stories are kind of intertwined. Hopefully that makes sense to you, but that's kind of I think I'm having I understand the individual things that you're sharing with us, but I'm trying to connect the dots a little bit more here. I know they obviously,
Yeah. So I can connect the dots for you because specifically Kilmar Abrego Garcia's case is one of the three cases in which Emil Bovey and Drew Ensign asks Erez Ravini to lie about.
Got it.
They asked him, so we're not to that court case yet. There are three separate times in these cases where he is party to lies that are taking place in the court. Now, the thing that's interesting about them is he refuses to do the lie, and the only time he is actually asked to do the lie is with Kilmar Abrego Garcia's case. And that's where they're going to have some damn problems because that's the one that got him fired. So, so that is the deal. And we're almost to that part. Give me 1 second.
No, that makes sense. And that's all. And that's obviously the case that has the biggest spotlight right now. So,
yes.
So long story short, you're saying that he was asked to lie about many cases or whatever, but the one case that we're kind of concerned about, I guess, is the Garcia one. So that's where the connection is. Right?
Yeah. So he witnessed Drew Ensign basically misrepresent facts to the court, right? So that was one. But he was just, now listen, his name is on that paperwork, but he wasn't the person in court making the representations to the court. It was Ensign, right? So that's the first case with these 5 Venezuelans. The second part of this is going to be the brief. And this brief is their response. They have to say, y'all, listen, they have to be able to say to the judge in response, we have received your order. This is our interpretation of the court's order. This is what we have done with the information from that order to all of the agency's attorneys. And so at first, because they're trying to lie about what they think the court order means, right? And Emil said, Erez says, I don't agree with that. I think it applies to everybody. I told y'all asses today, right? He said, I done told y'all. It applies to everybody. He said, but listen, at first he's told Emil Bovey himself is going to be the one to make this appearance and file this notice with the court. So Emil says, well, hell, if the second in command of DOJ is willing to do that, and it's not going to be me and my people that have to take the heat for this. Whatever y'all do, I mean, I disagree, but it ain't going to be on me. And then within 30 minutes, they're like, psych, he's really not going to do it. And you have to file this brief. And he's like, well, no, because you all are telling me that you haven't disseminated any guidance. DHS is saying that they have a different interpretation of the order. I've already told you explicitly what the order actually says. And now they're going back and forth because what he has now discovered is that his bosses are corrupt. They are literally saying, fuck you to the court. And he is in between the court, his bosses, and the Department of Homeland Security. That's where he's at now. He's just, his ass is out to dry. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's where we are. Now, the next thing that happens.
Oh, wait, real quick before you do that.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat was asking where you're reading from. Exactly.
So this particular document that I'm reading from, well, I'm reading from two. So this particular document is the whistleblower complaint that is filed on June 24th, 2025. It is in my link tree. The second document that I'm reading from, when I'm reading the emails and the text messages specifically, it's in a document that I have labeled Ravini's receipts because this joker was all about them receipts. Now, here's what's important. This is not all of the receipts. These are just the ones that have been released to the public. Congress has other ones that we haven't been given. So remember the exchange that he said was taking place between Ravini and August Flinte, right? We don't have those. They're outlined in this whistleblower case, but they're not there. We don't have them yet because they haven't been released to the public. Yeah, these are bad enough, Frodo, 100%. So that's what I'm reading from. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome, Cam. Appreciate you.
Me, so you can drop me or keep me up. Whatever.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate you. All right. So nope, they're not shredded anywhere, Millie. These were electronic and they have been provided to the court by Erez Ravini's attorneys. So he has copies of them. Right? He has copies of them. Yeah, but what we're going to talk about in just a second, Mel Gray. All the ones that I'm reading to you right now are public. They're in my link tree. Okay, so here we go. So this is where it gets really crazy, because the direction, who is the plaintiff? Erez Ravini is the plaintiff in the whistleblower case. He's the one with all the receipts. This is him. So listen, it's Emil Bovey that tells the Department of Homeland Security that they can take actions that violate the court's injunction because the injunction wasn't in writing yet. Like he's the one that's his interpretation, right? And this is what's so crazy. So let me get back to the end of the night, because right now we are at 1:20 a.m. Bless you. We are at 1:20 a.m. and Ravini has told everybody, I ain't filing shit. Okay. And this is when he's asked to give people a phone call, right? And James Percival writes back at 1:20 in the morning, thanks for the phone call, Erez. I think we have a path forward. Have a good night, everyone. And that path forward was he ain't filing nothing. And they're waiting, right? But then this is when Sunday happens. Holy geez, y'all. Let me scroll down to Exhibit 5. Okay. So this is where things get really messy. Okay. So not that they weren't already, right? But here's what happens. So, an email comes from Erez Ravini, at 12 a.m. And he says to everyone, listen, I made tweaks to the intro and the headings to reflect the addition. They wanted an addition put in about this order not being clear because it wasn't in writing, right? And he said that mysterious footnote that everyone wanted me to put in there is in there, and those are the only two things new that were in the, and that was, the footnote was in the versions that were sent to the OSG, WHC, which is White House Counsel, and DHS. So, and then this is where the White House comes into play, y'all. And this is the email that we don't get to see. The response comes from, and it doesn't tell me who it is. All it says is that it's someone within the DOJ. And they respond back to Ravenny at 12:20 a.m. And it says, okay, did you see the White House's comment? And then it says WHCO, which is the White House Counsel's Office, says, not sure I understand the final point in the footnote about this making the scope of the order ambiguous. Consider clarifying. Right? So that was at 12:20. At 12:26 a.m., no one was responding anymore. Nobody was answering. He said, you know what? Fine. Leave it in and file it. This is what y'all want. I'm done. I'm done. DOJ leadership says file it. Okay, it's getting filed. And when the shit comes back that we didn't comply, it just is what it is. So here's more. So we get to the place where it is now 8 o'clock in the morning. Mr. Ravenny emailed DHS and the Department of State asking for confirmation of their compliance with the oral and written orders, specifically asking for the status of the individuals on each of the previous day's 3 flights. He's asking specifically. Ravenny's email included a reminder that in order to comply with the injunction, no one subject to the AEA removal should have been deplaned, and anyone who had been deplaned needed to be returned to the United States. He also asked whether conversations on these issues were happening at a higher level of leadership between and among the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of State. Nobody responded back to him. Not a soul. Appreciate you guys. Okay. So since nobody was responding, right? He just was like, you know what? I guess it is. And now we're just acting crazy. He was very, very concerned. Everything was now escalating in his brain now, because at first he felt like his supervisor was telling him, no, this isn't going to happen. He felt like Emil Bovey was going to be the one to make this argument. And now none of those things are happening, and it is quiet. No one will respond to him to tell him we complied. No one will tell him we did what we were supposed to do. Nobody within the DOJ is even responding to him. And y'all, can you just imagine this shit right here? That morning, President Bukele of El Salvador posted a comment on social media stating, and I quote, oopsie, ... too late. That is a reference to Judge Boasberg's order saying, don't, right? He says, oh, too late. And Secretary of State Marco Rubio reposted the damn comment soon after it. Yeah. Almost. So soon after that initial post by the president of El Salvador, he then posts a video of men being escorted from those planes where they weren't supposed to be deplaned from into CCOT, which is the Terrorism Confinement Center. Yes. Yep, they're almost done. I need to get somebody to come up just so I can, this administration is not a bunch of third graders. This administration is a bunch of criminals and traitors to the country. That's what they are. Let me just be very clear about that. All right, so let me. Red Hot's gonna talk to you guys real quick while I put the noodles in the girls' cups. Thanks, Red Hot.
Good morning, y'all. So, everybody, if you haven't done your heartbeat, do that for today, please. Keep tapping the screen. It looks like we're at 210. We'd love to get Danny to at least that 500,000 mark, if not more, before she gets off. This is very, very interesting. Hi, y'all. I love how Danny tells stories. She's like the best storyteller. So I listen to her while I work every day. I work from home, so I'm able to do that. So it's cool. But I hope everybody's having a good day. And yeah. I guess she's doing. Are you doing noodles right now?
I'm doing
Is that what she's
noodles.
doing?
Y'all know what time it is. Mila and Bella said they want some noodles. So,
Oh boy.
yep. And I was like, you don't want hot dogs, you don't want nothing. No, they just want some damn noodles. So
I have to lay off the noodles because my blood pressure. See, when you get older.
yeah, I can't. But yeah, I need y'all to understand. This is the one document that we've read a couple of times, and every time I'm still like, you got to be kidding me. But
yeah, because I heard something
ones,
different every time you read it. Honestly, it's very interesting. I just can't believe what people get away with. It's just mind-blowing.
This is my thing. I don't know that they are actually gonna get away with this one. And the reason why I say that is there are so many attorneys that are filing complaints, that are speaking out, that are all of that. I don't know that they're gonna get away with it this time. And that's why I said this is why those three branches of government are so damn important to what needs to happen.
Yeah.
Real talk, in case people don't know. All right, girls. Hold on, Mila. Let me get you some juice before y'all start screaming about juice. Remember, after this juice, you got to have water. Yep, just so everybody knows. That's what's next. So I don't want to hear no stuff when I ask you all to drink water in a minute. All right. Okay, I'm coming back. All the way around the room. Ooh. Bella, you want some food?
Everybody's just tapping away and we're just chilling out.
Yeah, we are filling space. Okay, so yeah, I know we need a Moodle sticker. Okay, folks, so here we are. Thank you, Red Hot, for holding me down for a second. Thank you all for working fiercely to do the taps. Listen, folks, when you all like the live, no matter if you're on TikTok or the other places, it helps the algorithm. When you all share it, and repost it, all of those things matter. Even if you're on, even if you're on TikTok and you just click and say copy link, that counts as a share. And then, of course, if you're able to, the gifting stuff helps because TikTok likes their damn money. All right, so okay, you good? All right, so here's where we are. I just got to the 8 o'clock in the morning, right? So let me tell you what happens here. So now we are reading about what's actually happening on fucking Twitter. I hate it here that we are learning from Twitter what's happening with human beings. It's absolutely insane, right? As the day continued, you guys, Ravini kept sending emails asking for confirmation of the status of the removal flights, and he kept being ignored. Nobody was answering him, right? He reported his concerns to August Flente that based on public reporting, this was happening. No, I'm not co-hosting with y'all. So eventually, here's what happened. The lawyer for DHS, the agency counsel, called Ravini by telephone and told him, listen at this, DOJ leadership had advised the Department of Homeland Security to deplane the flights in El Salvador, and he directed Mr. Ravini to consult with DOJ leadership if he had any questions. He said, stop sending me these damn emails and call your boss, because DOJ leadership, Emil Bovee, Pamela Jo Bondi, they told us to take these people off these planes in El Salvador. If you got questions about what we did, ask your bosses, because that's who made the damn decision. So through the course of events that happened, it became clear to Mr. Ravini that DHS and DOS were receiving contrary directions from someone else to take actions that violated the court's orders. So by 2 p.m., the identity of that individual became clear. Listen at this, y'all. In an email from the acting assistant attorney general, that is Yakov Roth, I want you all to remember that name. You may remember that name from last night. Remember when American Oversight, that organization, filed their lawsuit regarding their FOIA requests? That's one of the names that they requested. That's one of the names that they requested. Remember? So Yakov Roth, that's yours, sent an email to Drew Ensign, August Flinte, and Mr. Ravini. Roth explained that Emil Bovee is the one who had advised the Department of Homeland Security that under the court order, it was permissible to deplane individuals on the flights that departed U.S. airspace before the written order had issued on the docket. That afternoon, the DOJ filed a notice indicating that the defendants, quote, were promptly notified of the court's temporary restraining order issued in the morning and the 7:26 p.m. Eastern Time written order that temporarily enjoined any removals pursuant to the presidential proclamation. But here's the key. The notice also asserted that, quote, some G organization members subject to removal under the proclamation had already been removed from the United States territory under the proclamation before the issuance of the court's second written order. By day's end, everybody knew. It was being reported everywhere that people were sent to CCOT. The next hearing in this case occurred on that Monday. And between that Sunday and that hearing, Drew Ensign informed Erez Ravini that he's not going to be the one handling the hearing, even though he did on Saturday. And the reason why is because he did not want the court to interrogate him about what happened on the 15th. He said, I stood in there and lied to the court, so I'm not going to go. I'm not going to be the one in the court on Monday. It's going to be somebody else besides me, because they're not going to ask me on the record about what I said on Saturday. So listen to this. On March the 14th, the court held a hearing to determine whether the government actually complied with its orders. The court issued a written order demanding the government state, quote, whether and in what form it would provide answers to the court's questions regarding the particulars of the flights. The order further stated, quote, if the government takes the position that it will not provide the information to the court, under any circumstances, it must support such position, including with any classified authorities if necessary, end quote. Following that order from the court, listen at this. Flinte and Drew Ensign told Ravini that leadership at the DOJ were reporting down the chain, quote unquote, that the government was not going to answer the court's questions about anything that happened before 7:26 p.m. on March the 15th when the written order was issued. They said to the court, we're not telling you shit about anything that happened before that written order, because our position is, if it ain't in writing, it is not a valid order, which is just absolute bullshit. That is not how the legal system works. And they know that. So, can you imagine being Ravenny in the middle of this shit? So now we are just now, y'all, at the second case. That is all of the first case. There's 3 cases. The second case is the DVD versus the Department of Homeland Security case. And this is when Mr. Ravenny advised that injunction against third country removals without screenings applied nationwide, but the government removed people in violation of the injunction nonetheless. So this happened between March the 28th and March 30th. So this case involved allegations that the Department of Homeland Security had begun to remove individuals with final orders of removal to third countries without first ascertaining whether such individuals would be safe in those countries or potentially tortured. And that's required by law. If I'm going to send you to a third country that you've never been into before, I'm supposed to give you the opportunity. I'm supposed to research and make sure there's nothing about this country that would cause you harm. So on Friday, March the 28th at 2:30 p.m., this is the court case in Massachusetts, y'all. Judge Brian Murphy, who's a U.S. District Court judge in Massachusetts, issued a nationwide injunction. And it was a temporary restraining order, and it was barring them from removing 3 named plaintiffs and, quote, any individual subject to a final order of removal from the United States to a third country, i.e. a country other than the country designated for removal in immigration proceedings, end quote, without providing the individual and their counsel, quote, with written notice of the third country to where they may be removed, end quote, and, quote, a meaningful opportunity for that individual to submit an application for CAT protection to the immigration court, and if any such application is filed, until that individual receives a final agency decision on any such application. On Friday, March the 28th, senior leadership took the position that the injunction didn't apply nationwide, despite the instruction from the Office of Immigration Litigation and Mr. Ravenny. So it's crazy. Here's again where they want a new fucking footnote put in here. They wanted a footnote, and the person who asked for this footnote is James McHenry, who is the counselor to the Deputy Attorney General, which is the attorney to the attorneys. He directed through Drew Ensign to include a footnote with no context, and the footnote simply stated, quote, the operational effects of the order is ambiguous. Over the course of the afternoon and the evening, it became apparent why they wanted this footnote in here. First, Mr. Ravenny learned that DHS was directed by someone within the administration unknown to Mr. Ravenny. Listen to this, y'all. Listen, this part I need y'all to grasp, because when we get into the FOIA court case, you're going to understand why this shit is so important. Remember, in the FOIA case, they were asking for documents, including from the White House office and the executive office of the president. Remember? So here's what it says. Mr. Ravenny learned that the Department of Homeland Security was directed by someone within the administration unknown to Mr. Ravenny not to issue guidance to its officers concerning the facts of and terms of the injunction. And this was despite the fact that DHS agency counsel, which is the lawyer for the Department of Homeland Security, had actually drafted the guidance concerning the injunction and noted that it was nationwide. Mr. Ravini and the other lawyers at the Office of Immigration Litigation agreed that it was appropriate. So at this point, I want y'all to hear me. DOJ, Office of Immigration Litigation, and the attorney for DHS worked together as they're supposed to write up guidance to be disseminated. When someone from the administration told them not to. Multiple line attorneys at the Department of Homeland Security told Ravini, because he kept emailing as he does, right? Asking for updates about the guidance being issued. And they eventually say to him, yeah, no, listen, the Office of the Deputy Attorney General. Who's that, y'all? The Office of the Deputy Attorney General. That's Emil Bovee, had directed a hold on dissemination of the guidance as they were reviewing it. Okay. At 11:28 p.m., Ravini sends an email to DHS counsel noting his understanding that guidance has not been issued. And he asked for confirmation whether anyone subject to the injunction is being staged for removal. Ravini noted that the government's brief argued in requesting an emergency stay that the court order applied broadly beyond named plaintiffs. In response, at 12:34 a.m., senior counselor to the Secretary of Homeland Security, James Percival, he responded and said, my take on these emails is that DOJ leadership and DOJ litigators don't agree on the strategy. Please keep DHS out of it. Again, we're at James Percival saying, keep us out this shit. This is crazy. This is where the White House gets involved. Are you ready? On the night of the 28th, the morning of the 29th, the White House actually tells Erez Ravini himself to file a brief asking for the emergency stay with assurances of understanding of nationwide applicability. So check this out. Ravini had said, nobody in my chain of command is giving me any feedback. So I'm not filing this brief asking for an emergency stay, right? He says, because there's a lack of consensus that the injunction applies nationwide. And he notified the Department of Homeland Security of that at 12:42 in the morning on Saturday, March 29th. At 12:50 in the morning, so 8 minutes later, everybody that wouldn't talk to him before is talking to this joker now. Listen to this. He received frantic emails from multiple senior DOJ and DHS officials, including McHenry, Perkins, counselor to the Attorney General, Henry Whitaker, and Percival. All of them saying, call me, please, call me, please, call me, please, right? Before this happens, yeah, they finding him now. They chippity chipping now. They chirping. But remember, so this email he sent at 12:42. Let me tell you about some text messages he's sending before this happens. The DVD, that's the case. The DVD thing is nuts. The response, we got to appeal. We will be asked to seek emergency relief. The next comment is, yes, I think so. At 12:38 a.m., he says, are you asleep yet? We have a problem. And at 12:42, he said, nah. So Ravini is saying they're going to ask us to seek emergency relief. And the person he's texting says, yeah, I think so. So he texts back at 12:38, you asleep yet? Because we got a problem. So apparently this person was asleep because they didn't text back until 8:37 in the morning. And here's what was happening in the meantime. At 12:38, when he said, we have a problem, and he got no response, he went ahead and popped off that email to everybody saying, we can't file this brief, asking for this emergency stay. And that's when everybody wanted to call. So first he calls ADAG, that's the Assistant Deputy Attorney General, Assistant Deputy Attorney General Perkins, and Perkins and McHenry were on the line. They asked him why he hasn't filed the brief. He said, listen, per my email, you have to love a per my email response, right? He said, per my email, there seems to be a fundamental disconnect between the brief, which acknowledges a nationwide injunction as the basis for seeking an emergency stay, and the Department of Homeland Security's understanding that the injunction only applied to the three named people, the plaintiffs. So he said that on this call, McHenry's acting strangely. He's being evasive. He's suggesting to add like additional odd language to the brief. Neither Perkins nor McHenry confirmed whether ICE had even received the text of the injunction. The call ended with McHenry saying that he and Perkins needed to go make a call and they'd be back in touch. They said, shit. So check this out, y'all. At 1 a.m., Whitaker, Percival emailed Ravenny asking him to call them. So he did. He called Whitaker, who patched in Percival. Just like McHenry and Perkins, Whitaker and Percival asked him why the brief hadn't been filed. They stated that the White House wanted the brief filed by midnight. And Ravenny said, well, DHS seemed to be saying that DOJ leadership was giving them contrary guidance than what we're giving. And he said, listen, the brief acknowledges that the injunction is nationwide. DHS says, no, it only applies to 3 people. He said, we can't file this brief. He says, if the brief acknowledges that it applies to the nation, right, then that is the official position of the United States. So DHS can't say, no, it only applied to 3 people. And he said, if they are not consistent, they risk being held in contempt of court for the second time with Brian Murphy in Massachusetts, right? So Ravenny shared his understanding that no guidance has been disseminated to the Department of Homeland Security regarding the position. He asked Whitaker and Percival if they agreed that the injunction required nationwide applicability. Both of them said, yeah, sure. Yeah, buddy. So since Percival and Whitaker said that they agreed that the injunction absolutely applied to more than just 3 people, Ravenny said, go ahead and file that damn brief, because that's our position. I don't know what the fuck DHS did, but our position is this. So then this happens. So on Saturday, March the 29th, the person that he emailed, hey, facts people, appreciate you guys for joining. So at March 29th, at 8:37 a.m., the person that Erez Ravenny had emailed and said, are you asleep yet? Responds back and he says, ugh, sorry. And Ravenny says, well, it's been resolved for now, right? And the person replies back and he says, I literally crashed like 5 minutes before the shit hit the fan. Thank you for talking to the leadership folks. Henry, right, is a good guy. I do not think he was talking down to you. And so there's this question going back and forth. And then he says, Ravenny finally asked the question. He says, at what point do we need to press the Department of Homeland Security leadership about the guidance again? And his response is, listen, we gave our guidance. So it seems like DHS has an issue, right? Welcome, facts, folks. And he says, no. Ravenny says, no, I think it's a little more complicated than that. He says DOJ's leadership gave them guidance to not issue guidance. They also agreed with me on the phone at 2 a.m. that we withdraw the brief if they are removing people. The response that he gets from this person is, well, great. I'm about to get in a car to drive from 4 hours. He says, no worries. I'll man the fort. I'll mind the fort and on that front until then. And then he says, I'll behave with an exclamation mark. So I want you all to hear what he's saying. Erez Raveni is saying, we filed this brief acknowledging that the court applied a nationwide TRO. DHS said, no, it only applies to 3 people, right? But Raveni talked to 2 people from leadership in DHS at 2 a.m, and they said, yes, they agreed with the brief. So he went ahead and he told the staff to file it. So from I'm thinking he's talking to August Flinte, but I can't say for sure because that's his supervisor. But he says, August Flinte says, well, then that's DHS's problem. And Raveni says, no, I don't think so. I think it's our problem too, because I think it's our bosses, the leaders at DOJ, telling the leadership of the Department of Homeland Security to disobey a second federal court order. And the guy says, shit, I'm on my way. So this is the second court case in which we see DOJ leadership telling DHS leadership to say fuck you to the federal courts and ignore their orders and guidance. Okay. So at 1:56 that afternoon, his boss replies back and says, I think we have a path if there is some unexpected guidance. We could submit a supplemental to the brief, right? Saying that we are interpreting it more narrowly, but stay is still critical given contempt risk. He says 1 paragraph. So this is what he's saying. We can put 1 paragraph to the court as a supplement to the brief that we filed. And we could say to the court, we still need an emergency stay, right? Because we don't want to be in contempt, but we can say we need the stay, even though we're interpreting it more narrowly, like it applies to these 3 people. And folks, I need for you all to, oh, thanks, Jerry, I appreciate that. He says, okay, but listen, we still have no guidance. He said, I kicked the tires on this just now. It's been 24 hours. And then he says, oh, well, they said that update, verbal guidance have been given, but it really wasn't. So then this happens. Guess what happens? On the morning of March the 29th, this is when Mr. Raveni learns that indeed individuals were again being staged in Texas by the Department of Homeland Security for possible removal. And so against that, Raveni heard from DHS that they were still working on disseminating guidance to ICE. Okay. Y'all know good and well they didn't disseminate any information. It didn't happen, blah, 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 blah. He contacted everybody again by email and by phone. And then he eventually talks to Drew Ensign, who says, listen, the head of ICE enforcement and removal operations had been given verbal notice of the injunction. But again, no written guidance had been disseminated. So then this is where it gets, I keep saying it, but it's all crazy, right? It's all fucking crazy. I need you all to understand that Drew Ensign then tells Erez Raveni that it would be advisable to stop sending emails with many recipients, right? Drew Ensign, I don't know what the fuck I said, Cam. But he says, listen, stop sending emails to so many people, including James Percival, concerning the injunction compliance and guidance. Can you imagine oh, thanks. I said it right, Cam. Can you imagine your boss's boss saying to you, stop sending emails that are going to hold all of these people accountable? Don't copy all these people. Right. Stop putting shit in writing, and stop putting it in writing with everybody being notified. Stop, please. What happened? Not over Minecraft. We're not. Me, Bella, I told you, communicate with your sister with your mouth, with your words. All right. So listen at this. This is where Raveni said, fuck y'all. I am absolutely going to continue covering my ass. Right. And this is what he said. What do you want, babe? Okay. Well, listen. If she doesn't, when we get done here, I will play with you. But did you tell her that? Mila, see if you like the game that Sissy's showing you. And if not, if you don't like it, then you can play Minecraft. All right. So listen, y'all. Raveni says, I'm going to email everybody anyway. And then he does the big thing. This is what he said. On the morning of Sunday, March 30th, despite Drew Ensign instructing him to stop email correspondence, Raveni again emailed the Department of Homeland Security to ask if guidance on the injunction had been disseminated. Okay, Mila, do you want to go to mommy's? Okay, then stop screaming, please. Mr. Raveni continued to press on the matter pursuant to his job responsibilities to ensure quick dissemination of guidance, instructing injunction compliance, his ethical duties, and his role as an officer of the court. This is the only dude. This is the only guy with any integrity within the Department of Justice. The only person willing to stand up and do their damn job and their ethical responsibilities to the court. He spoke to Drew Ensign twice after that on the phone between 11 a.m. and noon, during which time, get this, Drew Ensign told Raveni, quote, leadership had concluded and directed that no injunction compliance guidance would be issued. Ensign also told Raveni, again, he should no longer contact DHS asking about guidance. Raveni informed Ensign that the plaintiff's counsel had notified the Office of Immigration Litigation Attorneys that their class members were being or had been prepared for removal. And without further information, this appeared to be a violation of the injunction. What's up, Natasha? Ensign said basically he agreed with Raveni. He said that, listen at this, the decisions were quote unquote not ideal and that it would make it harder to win the cases. And he stated, well, I'm not the decision maker. So basically he's caved. Drew Ensign is saying if Emil Bovee and Pamela Jo Bondi are willing to violate federal judge court orders, then then it's not up to me anymore. I agree with you that this is a problem. We're probably going to lose our court cases because of it, but it is what it is, right? So you get to March the 31st, and then there's actual evidence of the government violating the injunction. And it's because the Secretary of State's office issued a press release announcing the deportation where they shouldn't have. All right. Let me tell you, I'm going to give you an overview and not read this entire part right here, just so you guys know. DHS tells Raveni, well, we didn't move these people, DOD did, so you should contact DOD if you got a problem. This is when they took them to Guantanamo, remember? So Raveni does exactly that, right? Hey, talk softly, please. Okay, and listen, if you guys want to, you can play on the balcony. You can play on the porch if you want. Yeah, passing the buck. Hey, good morning, bad boy. How are you? Bad boy?
Yeah, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Not bad.
So, we're talking about the court cases involving the Department of Justice. Are you familiar with those?
About Epstein?
No.
What court case are you talking about?
Well, there's several, right? So, we're specifically talking about the whistleblower complaint from the.
Hey, listen.
Hold on. Wait. Bad boy, hold on. I don't know where you're used to going, right? But in this space, we just talk to each other respectfully. All right. So you ask me what court cases. I'm telling you what court cases. Please be respectful and don't talk over me. And then I will let you talk. Okay. Appreciate it. So the court cases that we are talking about, there's actually several of them. The first court case involved the ACLU around the Venezuelans in Judge Boasberg's courtroom. The second court case involved 3 plaintiffs in Massachusetts and another federal judge's injunction. The third court case that we're about to get into in a minute is going to be the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case. What we are talking about with each of these cases is what was going on with the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, the the Secretary of State's office, and the White House. And what we are reading is a combination of court documents, including the whistleblower file, right? That includes text message. Oh, he left. See, this is what happens when you don't let them troll. See how quickly the facts just made him go, whoop. That's how it works. See how easy that was? Okay, so now I can continue. So here's what happened, y'all. The Department of Homeland Security said, oh, well, we didn't actually do anything wrong. It was DOD that took these people to Guantanamo. And if you've got a question, you should call Charles Young over at DOD. That's what Joseph Mazzara tells him. All right. He said, listen, this is a DOD matter. It don't have anything to do with me. Go talk to the acting general counsel for DOD. And then he asks Ravenny not to ask the Department of Homeland Security about this again. So Ravenny does exactly that. He contacts Charles Young over at the DOD, who was never told by the Department of Homeland Security that there was a judge, that there was an injunction. DHS asks DOD to move these people, right? But doesn't tell DOD that there's a court order that says don't move these people. So DOD is violating a court order, but doesn't know it because they've been asked to transport people by the Department of Homeland Security, who doesn't tell them that there's an order. So Charles Young is pissed when he finds out. So get this. He was asked to move these people to Guantanamo after the injunction was ordered, and he did not know about the order. Now, let me tell you why this matters. Because the injunction order was, Charles Young is the acting general counsel for the DOD. Okay. But listen to this. The injunction by Brian Murphy wasn't just to the Department of Homeland Security. Listen to what it says. It said that it applies to the Department of Homeland Security and anyone with whom they were, quote unquote, acting in concert. So that means that DHS leadership knew, Gen X, DHS leadership knew, but they didn't tell everybody else under DHS. So, so DHS thinks that they're in the clear because we didn't do it. But the injunction says, oh, not just you, but anybody that you're working in concert with, right? So this is where it gets, listen to what Ravinney said. He said, So Mr. Ravinney tells Drew Ensign that Charles Young, which is the DOD's counsel, explicitly referenced Joseph Mazzara as the point of contact for the removal, for the flight removal operations, which Mazzara says, nope, I don't have any knowledge of those things. And Charles Young said, yes, the fuck you do. Right? Now get this. This is where the emails once again come in handy, because here's what happened. On March the 31st at 5 p.m., Ravinney had asked via email how DHS could take the position that it had nothing to do with the removal operation when the individuals that were removed were in their damn custody. DOD didn't just come take them from you and you didn't know. These people were in your custody. So of course you knew. Of course you were part of the operations, because you had to meet up with DOD and give them access to the people, right? He says, listen, they were in DHS ICE custody while they were detained at Guantanamo and in Texas before they ever got there. Oh. On April 1st, Mr. Ravinney is once again told to stop asking questions. He got a phone call, listen to this, from the acting AAG, Roth, in which Roth relayed that Emil Bovey was very unhappy that Ravinney had contacted the lawyers at various agencies to ascertain whether or not DOJ had violated a court order. Roth went on to tell Mr. Ravinney that he should stop emailing agencies' counsels on the matter and to instead, listen to this, communicate by phone only where possible. I'm surprised these motherfuckers don't have burner phones at this point. Like, yo, if we were talking about a group of Black and brown people in a particular neighborhood with a particular product that they were moving, right? Because in this case, it's people they're moving. This is literally like a government human trafficking organization. And they saying, you need a burner phone. Look, go to the payphone down the street. Don't put shit in writing. I need for y'all to understand, this is criminal activity in the Department of Justice, in the Department of Homeland Security, right? And it's coming from the highest levels of the DOJ. Mr. Ravinney understood this instruction to be based on leadership's aim to avoid generating written material that could be subject to a FOIA. Roth also informed Ravinney that he should not expect answers from the agencies concerning whether the removal operation discussed in the Secretary of State's press release was in violation of the court order. Mr. Ravinney reported this conversation to August Flinte and Drew Ensign sometime that afternoon. Drew Ensign reaffirmed that the DOJ's position on responding to the plaintiff's inquiry concerning the injunction compliance was, quote unquote, let's not respond. This case isn't before the Supreme Court, Stephen. This case is before different federal courts. So next, what happens is the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case. This is the third case in which Erez Ravinney, right, is is asked to do something illegal, right? So this is the connection right here to Kilmar Abrego Garcia. All of these cases are immigration cases. No, the Supreme Court does not step in. The Supreme Court only takes cases that are appealed to the Supreme Court, and they don't take every case. So no, the Supreme Court does not step in when a case is before a different between a different or at a different court. I'm not sure, Callie son, which charges you're referring to. All right, so listen. You all already know I took you through the entire deal with Kilmar Abrego Garcia, right? Here's what happened. They were asking, so let me just say this, because this was a very high profile case, Ravenny takes it to prevent any junior staff from having to deal with all of the pressures of this high profile case. He thought it would be very simple because in years past, if we deport someone in error, we just bring them back, right? Like he thought this will be a simple resolution that we should be able to do. Okay. And so he takes this case on. On March the 31st, senior counsel to the Secretary of Homeland Security, remember that's James Percival, asked whether the government could make the accusation that Kilmar Abrego Garcia was a quote unquote leader of the MS organization without the evidence to support the allegation. So you have a lawyer, the senior lawyer for the Department of Homeland Security asking the Department of Justice, can we just make this allegation in court, even if we don't have the evidence to back it up? What? You can't make this shit up, folks. You cannot make it up. And so here's what happens. Because that day is the date that the government's brief was due to the court. Okay. So when he asks this question, Ravenny says, listen, any such factual allegations would need to be supported by evidence, such as a declarant on behalf of DHS, which they get. So listen, about 2 hours after that exchange, the Department of Homeland Security provided that declaration from Robert Cerna. The only thing you need to really know about this declaration, thank you, Red Hot, is this paragraph on page 2. Here's what it says. On March 15th, 2025, 2 planes carrying aliens being removed under the Alien Enemies Act and 1 carrying aliens with Title 8 removal orders departed the United States for El Salvador. Abrego Garcia, a native and citizen of El Salvador, was on the 3rd flight and thus had his removal order to El Salvador executed. This removal was an error. So literally, the declaration that the Department of Homeland Security provided to them said it was an error. He should not have been deported. Okay. So what do y'all think Ravenny said in the brief that he filed with the court? He said it was an error. He said it was an administrative error, right? And he said that it was an oversight, right? This declaration also says from Cerna that he can't personally confirm and declined to attest that Abrego Garcia was part of any G membership, let alone any status as an MS leader. So you got to understand, they provide a declaration that says, listen, I can't tell you that he's part of any G organization, much less that he's a leader in the MS organization, right? Terry, I've done that in other lives. But he says, what I can tell you for sure is that we deported him in error. So Mr. Ravenny filed the brief, right? And he repeatedly and consistently requested updates on efforts to bring Abrego Garcia home. He wanted them to ask El Salvador to give us assurances that Abrego Garcia was going to be safe at CCOT. Lawyers for both the Department of State and the Department of Homeland Security told Mr. Ravenny that they would only consider any action to attempt to remedy the illegal removal of Abrego Garcia if DOJ leadership approved it. Y'all hear that? The problem is DOJ leadership. The problem is Emil Bovee. The problem is Pamela Jo Bondi. The leadership of DOJ is corrupt as fuck, and the attorneys that are litigating these cases are wanting to do things legally, but their leadership is giving different advice, and the Secretary of State's office said, hey, if your leadership tells us to do it, we'll do it. DHS said, if your leadership tells us to do it, we'll do it. But right now, that's what your leadership is telling us to do, right? We're not doing it unless Pamela Jo Bondi says to do it, unless Emil Bovee says to do it. That is just like, I don't even have words. And how in the world, listen, I said this before and I'm going to say it again. Every senator sitting on the Senate Judiciary Committee who voted to affirm this man as an appellate court judge needs to be impeached and removed from Congress. Every single member. Do you want to know why? They've seen the document that I'm fucking reading to you. They have seen the text messages. They have seen the emails. They know for sure this shit has happened. They know that Emil Bovee is corrupt. They know he defied a court order. They know he is violating his oath to the court. They know that. And if they confirm him, they deserve to be impeached and kicked the fuck out of Congress. They literally all their swamp. And then absolutely a special prosecutor needs to come in and charge every single last one of them. Every single one of them needs to be charged. Bella, can you please? So listen. Of course, Ravenny said, listen, guys, I don't think we have sufficient evidence, right? We need to be taking different measures. They said, no, we're not doing it, right? DOJ leadership never did. Did y'all hear me? DOJ leadership never said, let's make sure he's at least safe. And then again, listen to this. On April the 2nd and April 3rd, through both phone calls and email, Ravenny was directed by Patrick McHenry through Roth and Drew Ensign, listen, to cease making requests of the Department of State and the Department of Homeland Security, to stop asking for facts supporting any possible defense of the case, and that no quote unquote asks of El Salvador of any sort would be made, and to rest on the threshold jurisdictional arguments at the hearing. You know what Mr. Ravenny did? He raised concerns in multiple emails to both the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of State, about the sufficiency of the evidence to support Kilmar Abrego Garcia's alleged G organization affiliation and the lack of action to correct his erroneous removal. He also raised those concerns in multiple emails and phone calls to his DOJ leadership, including Roth and Ensign, on several occasions between April 1st and April 4th. Mr. Ravenni goes to court and says exactly what we know, right? He says it was done in error. We don't have anyone who can attest to the fact that he is part of a G organization, right? After that, do you know what they asked him for the very first time? Drew Ensign asks him, why didn't he argue that he was a terrorist? Now, all of a sudden, when they cannot argue that he's a member of a G organization or that he's the leader of MS, now they want to say he's a damn terrorist. Mr. Ravenni said, how about because we didn't argue that the first fucking time in the brief? Right? You cannot argue on appeal what you didn't argue in your first filing. Listen at this. This is when it gets crazy. Drew Ensign then says he calls Ravenni again and tells him that these inquiries were prompted by the White House. Ravenni said, that don't change shit. I'm going to tell you the same thing. We didn't make those arguments the first time. We cannot make those arguments on appeal, and we don't have any evidence to back them up. I'm not telling the court that we do. This order of withholding of removal that Kilmar Abrego Garcia had, in order to revoke that, federal regulations require the government to make a motion to reopen the removal proceedings, and they never did that. They have to make an affirmative showing that the withholding grant is no longer warranted. But they didn't do that, right? So here's what happened. The appeal brief that they wanted to file in court, Ravenni refused to sign. He said, I'm not signing this with my name on it. He responded to an email on Friday, April 4th that included Roth and others with the same points he told Ensign the day before. We didn't argue this in the brief. We cannot put it in the appeal, right? We don't have the evidence to support this, right? And so we could not do so on appeal for the first time. That evening, he received an email with a draft of the brief that made that same legal argument. He replied back, said, I'm not signing it. That information shouldn't be in there. They send him another draft of that appeal brief. This time they took that information and just put it in a different section, hoping he wouldn't see it. He saw it and replied again and said, nice try, not signing this. So instead, guess what happened? Mr. Flente, his supervisor, asked him to call him at 1:20 in the morning. Ravenni tells him the same thing. August Flente says, you should sign the brief. And he August Flente tells him that he had signed up for the responsibility to do so when he accepted the promotion. Mr. Ravenni replied, quote, I didn't sign up to lie, end quote. So ultimately, someone else signed that brief, making arguments that are contrary to law, and then they filed it at 1:41 in the morning on April 5th. At 1:41 in the morning on April 5th, they filed this brief that made quote unquote legal arguments that weren't accurate. And then the next day, he was suspended. There was a letter that was signed by Attorney General Todd Blanche, placing him on administrative leave, that was leaked to the press and reported the same day. Less than 7 hours later, this is what it said. They said he was being placed on administrative leave for, quote, failure to follow a directive from your superiors, failure to zealously advocate on behalf of the United States, and engaging in conduct prejudicial to your client. On April 11th, he was terminated without notice. Now, I want you all to remember that he was asking at a bare minimum, if we weren't going to bring Abrego Garcia home, could we at least ask the Salvadorian president to make sure that he's safe? Could we at least do that? And remember, DOJ leadership never said that we could, so they did not. So I want to share with you briefly about the conditions in CCOT and what happened to Kilmar Abrego Garcia while he was in custody. Okay. On March the 15th of 2025, they were all deported, right? 23 Salvadorian nationals, including Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and 261 non-citizens, and 238 Venezuelans. CCOT, they have 256 cells. Each cell is designed to hold 80 people, but often they hold nearly double that. The cells are cramped and equipped with tiered metal bunks that have no mattresses. They have 2 basins for washing and 2 open toilets for up to 160 people. There are no windows. There are no fans. There is no air conditioning, despite the climate of El Salvador. They are confined to their cells for 23 and a half hours every day and are not allowed to go outside at all. They are denied access to reading materials, including letters from friends or family. Friends and family cannot even visit them. Meals are provided through the bars. And there's a lot of stuff. So listen, Cristasol is a human rights organization in El Salvador, a leading human rights organization. G. Joan, why don't you join the panel? I sent you an invitation. You want to join the panel and come talk to me? I'd be happy to discuss your position. Thanks, Kiki. Where'd you go, D. Jones? What's up, Joan? Good to see you. No, not you. No? Okay, that's what I thought. You all noticing a pattern around here? Because I am. They talk a lot of shit in the comments, but not on the panel. So this human rights organization in El Salvador did a comprehensive report about the severe human rights abuses within the country's prison system, especially at CCOT. Get this. In 1 year, between March 27th of 2022 and March 27th of 2023, 153 inmates at CCOT unalived. The investigation of their unalivings attributed many of them to torture, beatings, mechanical asphyxiation, which is strangulation, and lack of medical attention. The autopsies revealed common patterns of lacerations, hematomas, sharp object wounds, 153 in 1 year, and signs of choking or strangulation. Survivors reported being forced to pick food off the floor with their mouths. They were subjected to electric shocks and exposed to untreated skin fungus epidemics. Cristosol's director has emphasized that these systemic violations have become state policy. During the time that Mr. Ravini is asking for Kilmar Abrego Garcia to be brought back to the United States, or at a bare minimum, for us to ask assurances that he would be safe. Kilmar Abrego Garcia was subject to severe beatings, severe sleep deprivation, inadequate nutrition, and psychological torture. This is El Salvador, although the concentration camp in Florida is kind of similar, Acorn. They also have metal bunks. They also don't have mattresses, and so forth and so on. So he was the first person that was called to get off the plane in El Salvador. He was pushed down the stairs, forced. His head was forced down. There were strong lights, even though they arrived at night. Once he arrived at CCOT, they were greeted by a prison official who stated, quote, "Welcome to CCOT. Whoever enters here doesn't leave," end quote. Abrego Garcia was then forced to derobe, was issued prison clothing, and subjected to physical abuse, including being kicked in the legs with boots, struck on his head and arms to make him change faster. His head was shaved with a zero razor, and then he was frog marched to cell 15, being struck with wooden batons along the way. By the following day, Abrego Garcia had visible bruises and lumps all over his body. In cell 15, he and 20 other Salvadorians were forced to kneel from approximately 9 p.m. to 6 a.m., with guards striking anyone who fell from exhaustion. During this time, Abrego Garcia was denied bathroom access and soiled himself. The detainees were confined to metal bunks with no mattresses, in an overcrowded cell with no windows, bright lights that remained on 24 hours a day, and minimal access to sanitation. I am reading from the court filing on July 2nd that is in my link tree. After approximately 1 week in CCOT, the prison director, Osris Luna, and other officials separated the 21 Salvadorians who had arrived together, and 12 individuals with visible G organization-related tattoos were moved to another cell. Abrego Garcia remained with 8 others who, like him, had no G affiliations or tattoos. As a matter of fact, the prison guards said to Abrego Garcia that his tattoos were quote unquote fine and that they were not G related. While at CCOT, prison officials repeatedly told him that they would transfer him to the cells containing those G members who would quote unquote tear him apart. He witnessed those folks in those other cells violently harming each other with no intervention from guards or personnel, Screams from nearby cells would similarly ring out throughout the night without any response from prison guards or personnel. During his first 2 weeks at CCOT, Kilmar Abrego Garcia suffered significant deterioration in his physical condition. He lost approximately 31 pounds in those first 2 weeks, dropping from 215 pounds to about 184 pounds. On April 9th, he and 4 others were transferred to a different module in CCOT, where they were photographed with mattresses and better food, photos that appeared to be staged to document improved conditions. On or about April 10th, he was transferred alone to a different prison facility, Centro Industrial Prison in Santa Ana in El Salvador. While there, he was frequently hidden from visitors, told to remain in a separate room so that people would not see his condition. During his entire time, he was denied any communication with family or access to his counsel until Senator Van Hollen visited him on April the 17th. So in other words, he was kept for a week in order for him to heal a little bit before he visited with the senator. Emil Bovey, who told the Department of Homeland Security to violate the court orders and now is nominated to become a Third Circuit judge, does not deserve to practice law in any shape or form ever again. And he definitely does not deserve to be nominated or confirmed for this position. If he is confirmed, he becomes a judge in the Third Circuit, where he can pretty much do whatever for the court cases that come through there. And then eventually the goal would be to put him on the Supreme Court. Emil, E-M-I-L, Bovey, B-O-V-E. The Senate has been doing his confirmation hearing. Because the Republicans have the majority, even if the Democrats vote no, he can still be confirmed by the committee, and then the vote goes to the full Senate. So what the Democrats did, what the Democrats part of the Judiciary Committee did, is they actually walked out to break the quorum before the vote. So what will happen now is they will have an argument with the parliamentarian that the vote from the Senate Judiciary Committee actually doesn't count because the quorum wasn't met. So that gives us hope, because this has been a parliamentarian who has demonstrated that she will follow the law and the guidance. Okay. So that's where we are. So what needs to happen from all of you are contact to the Senate Judiciary Committee and to your senators that are sitting in Congress. That's what needs to happen. And everyone needs to be referring to all of these documents that I'm reading right now. All of the ones that I have read are presently in my link tree. Some of the ones that I'm about to read are also there. Give me a second. Let me drink some water and then we'll keep going, okay? Belle, can you do Tutu a favor, love? Will you get me some water? I just answered that, Ash. I just said what happened. The email that I wrote to send to the Senate Judiciary is in my link tree. It is in, oh, thanks, Mimi. It is in there's a Google Drive that says political materials, or it says resources/materials. When you click that Google Drive, it, along with a ton of other things, are there to help. All right. So I want to move to another court case, another apparent corruptive action by Emil Bovee. And this one is just as concerning. Okay. Thank you, sweet pea. Okay. So I want to see how I read these. They go in this order. Okay. All right. So you ready? Hold on. My hips are hurting and my knee. All right. So here we go. No, this is another case of Emil Bovee that is, yes, it's unrelated to Kilmar Abrego Garcia. So let me tell you what appears to have happened and what the allegations are. Give me 1 second, because I need to also, I have one last night that I didn't print that I need to print. So give me 1 second. Thank you guys for being patient with me while I get these together. Oh, thanks. So listen, Lisa went ahead and she put the email template that I wrote the first go around for the Senate Judiciary Committee. And it's the second link on the link tree for you. Oh, thank you. I love that. Okay, so I need this one. That's the one I need. Okay, so this is the one. Thank you, girls, for being patient. For Tutu, I appreciate you. Maybe ice cream today, girls. What do you think? Yeah. Okay. Keep being good for me, please. I know it's a lot. That's what I want. Okay, there we go. Almost done. There's so many. Yeah, ice cream. They can be a lot, but I'm just going to be really frank with you guys. Like, they're 4 and 7, right? And although they can be a lot, they put up with a lot. And I just think they're phenomenal for doing as well as they do. There's one more that I'm missing. Is this the one? Give me 1 second. I just need to. Nope, that's not him. I need. Oh, shit. Can I load paper? Of course. Sorry, guys. Oh. I have to get more paper. I think I have one more ream. Okay. Okay. All right. So here we go. Oh, I love that Masters Mama. Um, um, Ash, let me just tell you, I don't do worry. I just don't. And I just don't project into the future about things that I don't want to happen. And having said all of that, I still don't agree that there's no way out because he's only one judge. And we have tons of judges that were confirmed under the Biden administration, damn near 300 of them, So yeah, I'm not going to worry about that. Can I stop this for a second? And the reason why I want to stop printing that one is because some of the pages I don't need. This is the one. So how far do I need? Sorry, guys. Again, saying sorry. Shit. I need all the way down to count. Page 24. Okay. Beautiful. So file and print. Yeah, so listen, folks, I'm just telling you, I can't do the gloom and doom. I just can't do it. And the reason why is I have to be rooted in reality and hopeful. So I am aware of all of the things that are transpiring. I am aware of the dangers that exist, right? I am. I can't. If I stay in that world, I will not have the energy to do the work. So, you'll see my subscribers in a second, and those who follow me for a long time, they will tell you how we practice things. So I have taught them a practice, and I'll show you. That's really important. Okay, are you ready? All right, so here's the way it works. And if you've heard me do this before, just deal with it again, okay? I don't know what I did. I think I just unplugged something. I appear to have unplugged something. But anyway, okay. So listen, let me show you all this. You see this? So this little circle right here is circle number 1. Let me take down the background so y'all can see it real quick. This is circle number 1, folks. In this circle is everything that you can control. Nance, I do. Not a lot, but I do. If you can control it, it goes in this circle. So that is your thoughts, your actions, your energy, whether or not you procrastinate, what work you do or don't do, right? How you spend your time, your emotions, all of those things go in circle 1. All right. Thanks, David. Circle 2. This is your circle of influence, right? So what are the things that you can influence? Your friends, your family, your peers, your coworkers, your social media followers, your representatives, your local newspaper, your whatever, like all of those things. Yeah, I mean, I have a grand who's on the spectrum, so I hear you. Right? I get you. But that's another reason why I have to stay in this place. right? So listen, I focus on the things that I can influence, like the Senate Judiciary Committee, like the senators that are in Congress, right? Like the Congress, like the State Board of Education, like your state legislature. These are all things that I can influence. Be careful. This circle out here, circle number 3, is everything else. So what I want to make sure that I'm doing at all times is spending 80% of my emotional currency, not so loud, girls, 80% of my energetic currency on circles 1 and 2. If not more. Mila, she said stop. Because in a minute, you're going to be crying when she gets you. But do you understand what I'm saying? 80% or more. I've only got to be focused on what I control and what I influence. Everything else, I can be aware of it. I can make note of it, but I can't stay in it if I want to be productive and effective. You got it? So I just want to offer you that as you are figuring out at how to navigate exactly what's going on in this world, especially right now. Okay. So that was my mama calling me. So thanks, AJ. So Mila, not so loud. What I need to do really quickly is text my mama from my computer and make sure she's good. Okay. This one is the 12th. This one is the 21st. This one is the 13th. This one is after that. This one is this one, and then this one. All right, you ready? My mama just texted me, are you on live? Yes, ma'am, I am. Are you okay? That's going to be my response. Yes, and are you good? Just checking to see, make sure she's good. My mama is 80, and I had moved home and taken care of her back in 2023 when she had some health stuff going on. So if she calls me and all of that, I just need to double check and make sure she's good. This is a long ass text response too, so it makes me wonder. Unless she's asking me to like DoorDash her some lunch or something, which happens. But let me just see real quick. Yes, but I got to be saying. Thanks, Master Mama. Okay. All right. So here we go. Okay. So here's the next part. So thanks, Robin D. So here's the next part where Emile Bovee is incredibly important. And this is the information that you can also reference in your letters. The first letter that I wrote as a template for you guys, I didn't have this email. You want what? Yes, I will help you get on the big toilet. Y'all just be with me in my whole ass life. 1 second. I'm sorry. Oh, here, girl. Come on. There you go. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to be writing a second one that references the rest of these things. Okay. So listen to this. So this case is the one that, this is the case where Emile Bovee appears to have entered into a quid pro quo with the lawyers for New York City Mayor Eric Adams, and there may be a quid pro quo that has taken place for his loyalty to the Trump administration in handling all of these things related to these immigration cases that ended up with his nomination for the Third Circuit Court. So, there is, I'm going to be referencing 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 different documents. So there was a meeting that took place between Emil Bovee and Eric Adams, Cam, and Eric Adams attorneys. Eric Adams is the mayor of New York City that was under investigation and that was charged with all types of things. Okay. And holy Jesus. And and so what he did was he ordered that the case against Eric Adams be dropped without any foundation or reasoning why. And when and it's believed he did this so that Eric Adams would cooperate with the Trump administration in their immigration efforts in New York City. Now, when this action was, when it was told to Danielle Sassoon, who was the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, she resigned and declined to carry out what she believed was an illegal order. So let me tell you what it is. I don't even believe that you're a real person, Bison, but if you are, come on up here. Hey, Judy. Thank everybody for sending your heart me. Don't forget to claim your points. Same thing if you're gifting. Don't forget to claim your points. Bison, I've invited you to the panel. So if you're a real person, please come on and join the panel. So this is her letter to Pamela Bondi, hey M, when she resigned. You ready? Dear Attorney General Bondi, on February the 10th of 2025, I received a memorandum from Acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Bovee directing me to dismiss the indictment against Mayor Eric Adams without prejudice, subject to certain conditions which would require leave of court. I do not repeat here the evidence against Adams that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed federal crimes. Mr. Bovee rightly has never called into question that the case team conducted this investigation with integrity and that the charges against Adams are serious and supported by fact and law. Mr. Bovee's memo, however, which directs me to dismiss an indictment returned by a duly constituted grand jury for reasons having nothing to do with the strength of the case, raises serious concerns that render the contemplated dismissal inconsistent with my ability and duty to prosecute federal crimes without fear or favor and to advance good faith arguments before the court. When I took my oath of office 3 weeks ago, I vowed to well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I was about to enter. In carrying out that responsibility, I am guided by, among other things, the principles of federal prosecution set forth in the Justice Manual and your recent memoranda instructing attorneys for the Department of Justice to make only good faith arguments and not to use the criminal enforcement authority of the United States to achieve political objectives or other improper aims. I am also guided by the values that have defined my over 10 years of public service. You and I have yet to meet, let alone discuss this case. But as you know, I clerked for the Honorable J. Harvey Wilkinson III on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit and for Justice Antonin Scalia on the U.S. Supreme Court. Both men instilled in me a sense of duty to contribute to the public good and uphold the rule of law. What is Bison saying? Yes, Sandy, I got you. Bison, please go ahead and request up to the panel. That would be amazing. I sent you an invitation. Surely you know how to click accept. Yeah, if he doesn't come up to the panel, you guys, you know what to do. Mods, you can just go ahead and handle him. I just sent you a second invitation, so come up or you'll be booted. So she's telling her who she clerked for. And she says, both men instilled in me a sense of duty to contribute to the public good and uphold the rule of law and a commitment to reasoned and thorough analysis. Angie, did you mean to request up? And ASMR 100, did you mean to request up? She says, I have always considered it my obligation to pursue justice impartially, without favor to the wealthy or those who occupy important public office or harsher treatment for the less powerful. I therefore deem it necessary to the faithful discharge of my duties to raise the concerns expressed in this letter with you and to request an opportunity to meet to discuss them further. I cannot fulfill my obligations effectively. Effectively lead my office in carrying out the department's priorities or credibly represent the government before the courts if I seek to dismiss the Adams case on this record. What's up, Jen? Point A, the government does not have a valid basis to seek dismissal. Mr. Bovey's memorandum identifies two grounds for the contemplated dismissal. I cannot advance either argument in good faith. As you know, the government, quote, may, with leave of court, dismiss an indictment under Jesus Christ. I wish people would text me first when you know that I'm working. Sorry, folks. 1 second. This is my other kid, so. Yes, I'm coming. Can I get somebody to come up for just a second? Mom is fine. Geez, oh Pete. Thank you, Stacy. While I get
Hey guys, happy Monday. I was gonna request it anyway because I knew Mila was gonna need help, and then she started getting phone calls. I was like, she needs a mod break. So everyone, happy Monday. Keep tapping, keep clapping. Keep sharing because it's caring. If you haven't grabbed your heartbeat, go ahead and do that. It pushes out the live to the algorithm and lets the algorithm know, lets TikTok know that we have very engaging conversation here. To anybody who is new, welcome. We have 4 rules here. We have number 1, hi everybody. Do not write in all caps. That is for mods and for those who are vision impaired. Please be respectful. Please do not use any slurs. You will get mooted and booted with the quickness. There's always one I can't remember. Y'all will help me down in the comments. Oh, don't spam the comments. I always forget. Don't spam the comments. If you want to disagree, if you want to say it once, say it twice. Don't say it twice, because it just clogs up the comments and it doesn't help anybody, right? So also, if you are not a subscriber, go ahead and think about doing that, because if you like what you're seeing and hearing today, then Danny's got much more where that comes from. She's got a lot of exclusive content. If you want to go ahead and click the little star down by the comments field, I think, or you can do it up top where you see it scrolling through with her gift goal. It also is a star there, and that tells us how many subscriptions she has. You can get to subscription either one of those two places. Okay, and don't forget to go and click Danny's profile if you want to get to her link. They call her link forest. There is a plethora, a veritable cacophony of information that you really won't find anyplace else. Putting this type of organization, thanks to Lisa, think for yourself. She's doing a fantastic job of organizing Danny's link tree so that we can get this information that Danny's worked so hard to put together for us. Use those resources. We can go out and help us change the world.
Oh, you don't know what the number is? I got you.
Thanks for the gifts, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Stacy. I appreciate you all very, very, very much. Thanks, Stacy D, and the place to be. Appreciate you. All right, so what I am reading right now, folks, is this is my oldest child. Okay, so does anyone know anything about a more perfect podcast? If you're talking about if that's the podcast from A More Perfect Union, love them. Have been interviewed by them. I don't know, a couple of years ago. They're good people. So, get with you. I can leave whenever. Jesus. All right. So, yes, Dida, we're familiar with Project Esther here. You have juice. It's in your cup. I gave it to you already. All right. So, yes, the yellow cup. All right. So, what I'm reading right now is Danielle Sassoon's letter to Pamela Bondi, where she is articulating the directive she received from Emil Bovey, who is the principal assistant to the Attorney General. All right. And he has advised her to dismiss the charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams in an apparent quid pro quo. Okay. You can play, listen, say Toca Boca. Yeah, Toca Boca, not Pika Pika. I don't know why she calls it that. All right. So here's what she's saying. Mr. Bovey's memorandum identifies two grounds for the contemplated dismissal. I cannot advance either argument in good faith. As you know, the government, quote, may with leave of court dismiss an indictment under Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 48A. Quote, the principal objective of the leave of court requirement is apparently to protect a defendant against prosecutorial harassment, for example, charging, dismissing, and recharging when the government moves to dismiss an indictment over the defendant's objection, end quote. And she cites the case, Rinaldi versus United States, 434 U.S. 22, 30 and 15, 1977. Quote, but the rule has also been held to permit the court to deny a government dismissal motion to which the defendant has consented if the motion is prompted by considerations clearly contrary to the public interest. And she quotes that. The reasons advanced by Mr. Bovey for dismissing the indictment are not ones I can in good faith defend as in the public interest and as consistent with the principles of impartiality and fairness that guide my decision making. First, Mr. Bovee proposes dismissing the charges against Adams in return for his assistance in enforcing the federal immigration laws, analogizing to the prisoner exchange in which the United States freed notorious Russian arms dealer Victor Bout in return for an American prisoner in Russia. Wow. I need y'all to hear this. So in his memorandum to Danielle Sassoon, he tells her to dismiss the charges against Mayor Eric Adams in return for his assistance in enforcing federal immigration laws. And he compared it to the prisoner exchange that happened between Russia and the United States when they did Victor Bout, which I don't know that comparing Eric Adams to Victor Bout is like a good argument to fucking make. Such an exchange with Adams violates common sense beliefs in the equal administration of justice, the Justice Manual, and the rules of conduct. The quote, commitment to the rule of law is nowhere more profoundly manifest, end quote, than in criminal justice. Impartial enforcement of the law is the bedrock of federal prosecutions. See Robert H. Jackson, the federal prosecutor, 24 JM, Judicial Society, blah, blah, blah. As the Justice Manual has long recognized, quote, the rule of law depends upon the even-handed administration of justice. The legal judgments of the Department of Justice must be impartial and insulated from political influence, end quote. That is Justice Manual, pages 1 through 8, 100. But Adams has argued in substance, and Mr. Bovee appears prepared to concede that Adams should receive leniency for federal crimes solely because he occupies an important public position and can use that position to assist in the administration's policy priorities. For fuck's sake. Can y'all believe I'm even reading this? I mean, that I'm reading it, but that it exists, that I would have to read it? This is absolutely nuts. All right. So here we go. Everybody should just be appalled at this. Federal prosecutors may not consider a potential defendant's, quote, political associations, activities, or beliefs, end quote. If a criminal prosecution cannot be used to punish political activity, it likewise cannot be used to induce or coerce such activity. Threatening criminal prosecution, even to gain an advantage in civil litigation, is considered misconduct for an attorney. A prosecutor should not use other improper considerations, such as partisan or political or personal considerations, in exercising prosecutorial discretion. In your words, quote, the Department of Justice will not tolerate abuses of the criminal justice process, coercive behavior, and other forms of misconduct, end quote. Dismissal of the indictment for no other reason than to influence Adams's mayoral decision-making would be all three. The memo suggests that the issue is merely removing an obstacle to Adams' ability to assist with federal immigration enforcement, but that does not bear scrutiny. It does not grapple with the differential treatment Adams would receive compared to other elected officials, much less other criminal defendants. And it is unclear why Adams would be better able to aid in immigration enforcement when the threat of future conviction is due to the possibility of reinstatement of the indictment followed by conviction at trial, rather than merely the possibility of conviction at trial. On this point, the possibility of trial before and after the election cannot be relevant because Adams has selected the timing of his trial. Rather than be rewarded, Adams' advocacy should be called out for what it is: an improper offer of immigration enforcement assistance in exchange for a dismissal of his case. Although Mr. Bovee disclaimed any intention to exchange leniency in this case for Adams' assistance in enforcing federal law, that is the nature of the bargain laid bare in Mr. Bovee's memo. That is especially so given Mr. Bovee's comparison to the Bout prisoner exchange, which was quite expressly a quid pro quo, but one carried out by the White House and not the prosecutors in charge of Bout's case. The comparison to the Bout exchange is particularly alarming. That prisoner swap was an exchange of official acts between separate sovereigns, the United States and Russia, neither of which had any claim that the other should obey its laws. By contrast, Adams is an American citizen and a local elected official who is seeking a personal benefit, immunity from federal laws to which he is undoubtedly subject in exchange for an act, enforcement of federal law, he has no right to refuse. Moreover, the Bout exchange was a widely criticized sacrifice of a valid American interest, which was the punishment of an infamous arms dealer, with Russia was able to extract only through a patently selective prosecution of a famous American athlete. It is difficult to imagine that the department wishes to emulate that episode by granting Adams leverage over it akin to Russia's influence in international affairs. It is a breathtaking and dangerous precedent to reward Adams' optimistic and shifting commitments on immigration and other policy matters with dismissal of a criminal indictment. She references a case, and in the case that she references, it's denying the government's motion to dismiss, where the government had agreed to dismiss charges against certain defendants in exchange for guilty pleas by others. A second case is describing a prosecutor's acceptance of a bribe as a clear example of dismissal that should not be granted as contrary to the public interest. All right. Uncrazy. Unbelievable. She states, I attended a meeting on January 31st, 2025 with Mr. Bovee, Adams's counsel, and members of my office. Adams's attorneys repeatedly urged what amounted to a quid pro quo, indicating that Adams would be in a position to assist with the department's enforcement priorities only if the indictment were dismissed. Mr. Bovee admonished a member of my team who took notes during that meeting and directed the collection of those notes at the meeting's conclusion. Second, Mr. Bovee states that that dismissal is warranted because of the conduct of this office's former U.S. attorney, Damian Williams, which, according to Mr. Bovee's memo, constituted weaponization of government as defined by the relevant orders of the president and the department. The generalized concerns expressed by Mr. Bovee are not a basis to dismiss an indictment returned by a duly constituted grand jury, at least whereas here, the government has no doubt in its evidence or the integrity of its investigation. As Mr. Bovee's memo acknowledges, and as he stated in our meeting of January 31st, 2025, the department has no concerns about the conduct or integrity of the line of prosecutors who investigated and charged this case, and it does not question the merits of the case itself. Appreciate you, Linda. Still, it bears emphasis that I have only known the line prosecutors on this case to act with integrity and in the pursuit of justice, and nothing I have learned since becoming U.S. attorney has demonstrated otherwise. If anything, I have learned that Mr. Williams' role in the investigation and oversight of this case was even more minimal than I had assumed. The investigation began before Mr. Williams took office. He did not manage the day-to-day investigation, and the charges in this case were recommended or approved by 4 experienced career prosecutors: the chiefs of the SDNY, Southern District of New York, Public Corruption Unit, and the career prosecutors at the Public Integrity Section of the Justice Department. Mr. Williams' decision to ratify their recommendations does not taint the charging decision, and notably, Adams has not brought a vindictive or selective prosecution motion, nor would one be successful. Regarding the timing of the indictment, the decision to charge in September of 24, 9 months before the June 2025 Democratic mayoral primary and more than a year before the November 2025 mayoral election, complied in every respect with the long-standing department policy regarding election year sensitivities and the applicable Justice Manual provisions. The Justice Manual requires that when investigative steps and charges involving a public official could be seen as affecting an election, the prosecuting office must consult with the Public Integrity Section, and if directed to do so, the Office of the Deputy Attorney General or Attorney General. As you are aware, this office followed that requirement. Further, the Justice Department's concurrence was unquestionably consistent with the established policies of the Public Integrity Section. The Department of Justice correctly concluded that bringing charges 9 months before a primary election was entirely appropriate. The timing of the charges in this case is also consistent with the charging timelines of other cases involving elected officials, both in this district and elsewhere. And then she references those cases. I am not aware of any instance in which the department has concluded that an indictment brought this far in advance of an election is improper because it may be pending during an election cycle, let alone that a validly returned and factually supported indictment should be dismissed on this basis. Whew. When first setting the trial date, the district court and the parties agreed on the importance of completing the trial before the upcoming mayoral election, including before the Democratic primary in which Adams is a candidate, so the voters would know how the case resolved before they casted their votes. Adams has decided he would prefer the trial to take place before rather than after the June 2025 primary, notwithstanding the burden trial preparation would place on his own ability to govern the city or campaign for re-election, but that is his choice. And the district court has made clear that Adams is free to seek a continuance. The parties, therefore, cannot argue with candor that dismissing serious charges before an election, but holding open the possibility that those charges could be reinstated if Adams were reelected, would now be other than, quote, clearly contrary to the manifest public interest, end quote. Okay, bring it to me. Bring it to me, hon, so I can do it for you. Girl, I'm not getting up. Bring it to me. Hey, Lisa. Oh, you don't? Here. So, Mr. Bovey's memo also refers to recent public actions by Mr. Williams. And I'm not going to read this part because it doesn't apply. This is what she says. Moreover, dismissing the case will amplify rather than abate concerns about the weaponization of the department. Despite Mr. Bovey's observation that the directive to dismiss the case has been reached, this is what he said, that it has been reached without even assessing the strength of the evidence against Adams. Adams has already seized on the memo to publicly assert that he is innocent and that the accusations against him were unsupported by the evidence and based only on, quote unquote, fanfare and sensational claims, end quote. Confidence in the department would best be restored by means well short of a dismissal. As you know, our office is prepared to seek a superseding indictment from a new grand jury under my leadership. We have proposed a superseding indictment that would add an obstruction conspiracy count based on evidence that Adams destroyed and instructed others to destroy evidence and provide false information to the FBI. And that would add further factual allegations regarding his participating in a fraudulent straw donor scheme. That is more than enough to address any perception of impropriety created by Mr. Williams' personal conduct. And the Bovee memo acknowledges as much, leaving open the possibility of refiling charges after the November 2025 mayoral election. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. I just want to see something real quick. She goes on to kind of repeat the same points and reference some other cases. And then she ends by saying this: I remain baffled by the rushed and superficial process by which this decision was reached in seeming collaboration with Adams' counsel and without my direct input on the ultimate stated rationales for dismissal. Mr. Bovee admonished me to be mindful of my obligation to zealously defend the interests of the United States and to advance good faith arguments on behalf of the administration. Do y'all know that zealously defend? That's the same shit they said about Erez Raveni. She said, I hope you share my view that soliciting and considering the concerns of the U.S. attorney overseeing the case serves rather than hinders that goal, and that we can find time to meet. In the event you are unwilling to meet or to reconsider the directive in light of the problems raised by Mr. Bovee's memo, I am prepared to offer my resignation. It has been and continues to be my honor to serve as a prosecutor in the Southern District of New York. So we all know that Pamela Bondi refused to meet with her and that she did, in fact, accept her resignation. She was not the only person to resign. So there was another assistant United States attorney who sent an email to Mr. Bovee, and it says, I have received correspondence indicating that I refused your order to move to dismiss the indictment against Eric Adams without prejudice, subject to certain conditions, including the express possibility of reinstatement of the indictment. That is not exactly correct. The U.S. Attorney, Danielle R. Sassoon, never asked me to file such a motion, and I therefore never had the opportunity to refuse. But I am entirely in agreement with her decision not to do so for the reasons she stated in her February 12th, 2025 letter to the Attorney General. In short, the first justification for the motion, that Damian Williams' role in the case somehow tainted a valid indictment supported by ample evidence and pursued under 4 different U.S. attorneys, is so weak as to be transparently pretextual. You better go ahead, Hagan. The second justification is worse. No system of ordered liberty can allow the government to use the carrot of dismissing charges or the stick of threatening to bring them again to induce an elected official to support its policy objectives. I love the way he writes. Woo! I love the way he writes. Listen to what he just said. He says your second justification is even worse than the first. No system of ordered liberty can allow the government to use the carrot of dismissing charges or the stick of threatening to bring them again to induce an elected official to support its policy objectives. No, it was either do it or be fired. There is a tradition in public service of resigning in a last-ditch effort to head off a serious mistake. Some will view the mistake you are committing here in the light of their generally negative views of the new administration. I do not share those views. Listen to this. Some will view the mistake you are committing here in the light of their generally negative views of the new administration. I do not share those views. I can even understand how a chief executive whose background is in business and politics might see the contemplated dismissal with leverage as a good, if distasteful, deal. But any assistant U.S. attorney would know that our laws and traditions do not allow using the prosecutorial power to influence other citizens, much less elected officials, in this way. If no lawyer within earshot of the president is willing to give him that advice, then I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me. Please consider this my resignation. It has been an honor to serve as a prosecutor in the Southern District of New York. Hello. Hello. That joker said, if no lawyer within earshot of the president is willing to give him that advice, I will expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me. You better go ahead. That's a beautiful damn letter. I am here for that all day. I am here for that all day. So, I am not going to read the entirety of the complaint that I read last night because my jaws are getting tired. But what I am going to do is summarize the American Oversight Organization's lawsuit against the Department of Justice. So here's what happened. They started filing FOIA requests with the DOJ after this shit that went down with Adams and Emil Bovee. And basically what happened is the DOJ never answered those FOIA requests. Even though they acknowledged that they received them, they gave them a tracking number, they've just declined them. And they were very specific. Here's what I love about these FOIA requests, as they refer to information contained in these public letters, right? And that's what makes it so brilliant with the way that they worded these FOIA requests. Now, why is this important? Because we need a win where the government is forced to comply with FOIA requests, and this will not be the only one. We've already had one. Guys, we've already had a case where they have been forced to comply with FOIA requests. That was Doj and another one. All right, next. I want to read to you what Emil Bovee said in response to Danielle Sassoon's letter to Pamela Bondi. Mila, where's Titan? See if he's under the bed, because you need to make sure you're not letting Titan go outside.
In the bed.
Go look and make sure, please. It would be the same outcome, Stephanie, because they would be fired. Well, this is a lawsuit, Jennifer. That's what I'm telling you. This is the lawsuit against the Department of Justice. This is the lawsuit for them not fulfilling the FOIA requests. Okay? So, this is the part that is interesting, because this is Emil Bovee's own words to Danielle Sassoon. Oh no, it's not anonymous. The FOIA request is not anonymous. Yes, they know who requested it. The lawsuit is this one is being filed in the court of in the District of Columbia, because so they cover it in the complaint and then the jurisdiction. So this court has jurisdiction over this action, and it tells the codes. The venue is proper in this district because the defendant has failed to comply with the applicable time limit provisions. And this is according to DC law. So that's why the DOJ is in DC. They're the ones not following the law. And so that's where the case will be heard. Yeah, you're welcome. All right. So I want to hear what Emile Bovey says in response to Danielle Sassoon's breakdown of their meeting, of the things that he said and did, and basically the deal that he wanted them to broker with Eric Adams. Miss Sassoon, in response to your refusal to comply with my instruction to dismiss the prosecution of Mayor Eric Adams, I write to notify you of the following. First, your resignation is accepted. This decision is based on your choice to continue pursuing a politically motivated prosecution despite an express instruction to dismiss the case. Now, everyone knows the prosecution of Eric Adams was not politically motivated. That joker was and is corrupt. You lost sight of the oath that you took when you started at the Department of Justice by suggesting that you retain discretion to interpret the Constitution in a manner inconsistent with the policies of a democratically elected president and a Senate-confirmed attorney general. So he is telling her, you have to support what these people do. Do you realize that he is saying that the Constitution can only be interpreted in favor of the president and the attorney general? He said, listen, you lost sight of the oath you took by suggesting that you retain the discretion to interpret the Constitution in a manner that's not consistent with the policies. But if the policies violate the damn Constitution, they should be interpreted that way. He is literally telling her that she has to interpret the Constitution in a way that aligns with the Trump administration's policies. He says, second, you indicated that the prosecution team is aware of your communications with the Justice Department, is supportive of your approach, and is unwilling to comply with the order to dismiss the case. Accordingly, the assistant USAs principally responsible for this case are being placed on off-duty administrative leave pending investigations by the Office of the Attorney General and the Office of Professional Responsibility, both of which will also evaluate your conduct. At the conclusion of these investigations, the Attorney General will determine whether termination or some other action is appropriate. That is exactly why they did a FOIA on the word loyalty. Based on attendance at our recent meetings, I understand the relevant AUSAs to be Hagen Scott and Derek Wickstrom. And we just read Hagen Scott's letter. If either of these AUSAs wish to comply with my directive, but was prohibited from doing so by you or the management of the office, or if these AUSAs wish to make me aware of other mitigating considerations they believe are relevant, they can contact my office directly. The Justice Management Division and the EOUSA have taken steps to remove access to electronic devices. And I ask that you and the AUSAs cooperate with those efforts and preserve all electronic and hard copy records relating to this matter, whether they are stored on official, yeah, you can have granola bar, or personal devices. So he says, we're going to seize all the electronic devices and don't delete nothing. We want it all. Now, in my opinion, why does he want it all? To get rid of it. That's what I think. To keep whatever they feel they might be able to use against them and get rid of anything that is him in a negative light. Third, he says, under your leadership, the office has demonstrated itself to be incapable of fairly and impartially reviewing the circumstances of this prosecution. Therefore, the prosecution of Mayor Adams is transferred to the Justice Department, which will file a motion to dismiss the charges pursuant to Rule 48 of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure. My prior directive regarding no further targeting of Mayor Adams or additional investigative steps related to the matter remains in place. Fuck. This motherfucker is so dirty. Um, he says, you have not complied with the clear directives in my February 10th, 2025 memorandum. Further, you made clear that you did not intend to do so during telephone calls with myself and Chad Mizell, the Attorney General's Chief of Staff, on February the 11th of 2025, as well as in a written submission to the Attorney General that day. You also stated that the prosecution team had reviewed your letter to the Attorney General and that they would not file a motion to dismiss the case. At approximately 1:50 p.m. today, you tendered your resignation via email. Improper weaponization is so much, it's so full of shit. This part you don't even care about. He says, finally, your suggestion that President Trump should issue a pardon to Mayor Adams reveals that your office's insubordination is little more than a preference to avoid a duty that you regard as unpleasant and politically inconvenient. Your oath to uphold the Constitution does not permit you to substitute your policy judgment for that of the president. Actually, it does, or senior leadership of the Justice Department, and you are in no position to suggest that the president exercise his exclusive Article 2 authority to make your job easier. This dude is fucking nuts. Okay, so I'm going to tell you all this. Yeah, y'all, he's fucking nuts. Yesterday, I read a letter from a New York state legislator who's a senator in New York, who's the chair of the New York Senate Judiciary Committee. And he sent this letter to the Attorney Grievance Committee of the Supreme Court Appellate Division of the First Judicial Department in New York. And it is about Emil Bovee and why in no way, shape, or form should this guy be made an appellate judge in the Third Circuit. He's talking about the quid pro quo that we just covered, and why this should be a horrible thing. I read this to you all last night. It's in the link tree. This is the last one. And no, I am not going to read this entire thing today because your girl is tired after 4.5 hours. But I want to give you this. This letter is from the justiceconnection.org. It was sent on July the 16th of this year to all of the members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. It has the chairs of the minority and the majority, as well as all of the members of the Senate Judiciary Committee listed. This letter is signed by over 900 attorneys. So Emmy, we have been pulling together these different cases that where Emil Bovee, who is before the Senate to be confirmed as a Third Circuit judge, right, has either issued illegal orders, directed other people to issue illegal orders, or explicitly created a quid pro quo between himself and Eric Adams, mayor of New York City, right? It is astounding, all of the information regarding this individual. He is, I can't say this enough. He should not be practicing law. He should not have a bar license. He should not have a law license. He should be in jail, to be quite frank, but at a minimum, not in here. Same with Pamela Bondi. After reading all of these documents, you can't reach any other conclusion. If you are being honest, if you have integrity, if you care at all about the Constitution and the rule of law, can people sue him? No. Because you would have to prove that you have standing. Okay. So I'm going to show you guys something. Geez, oh Pete. Do you see all of these? Hold on, let me take this down so y'all can see this. And yes, this is in the link tree. Do you see all of this? These are all of the lawyers that are listed here. So what you see is their name and who they are. These are all former members of the Department of Justice, or like, listen, this man right here, this is Philip Allen Lacovara. He was the assistant to the Solicitor General from 1967 to 1969. He was the special assistant to the Attorney General in 1970. He was the Deputy Solicitor General from 1972 to 1973, and he was counsel to the Watergate Special Prosecutor from 1973 to 1974. And he has signed this letter. So there are over 900 attorneys that have signed this letter that was sent to the Senate Judiciary telling them to not confirm Emil Bovee. You can see all of their names and their positions and their experience in the link tree in this document. Okay. So I'm going to briefly read the letter to you because it's only 2.5 pages long. Okay. So here we go. Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the Senate Judiciary Committee, we, the undersigned, proudly defend the rule of law as attorneys at the U.S. Department of Justice. These are all DOJ attorneys. Yeah, it's in my link tree, Emmy. We are all alarmed by DOJ's leadership's recent deviations from constitutional principles and institutional guardrails. We also share a grave concern over the senseless attacks on the dedicated career employees who are the backbone of the department. Emil Bovee has been a leader in this assault. Despite that, he now stands before you as a nominee for a lifetime seat on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit. We ask that before the Judiciary Committee votes on this nomination, you rigorously examine the actions Mr. Bovee has taken at DOJ and the effects they've had on the department's integrity, employees, and mission-critical work. It is intolerable to us that anyone who disgraces the Justice Department would be promoted to one of the highest courts in the land, as it should be intolerable to anyone committed to maintaining our ordered system of justice. Few actions could undermine the rule of law more than a senior executive branch official flouting another branch's authority. But that is exactly what Mr. Bovee allegedly did through his involvement in the DOJ's defiance of court orders, as described by former senior DOJ attorney Erez Ruveni in his whistleblower disclosure, the details of which are supported by contemporaneous communications between department attorneys. Such behavior, if substantiated, should not be countenanced. as a 15-year attorney at the department who was promoted under this administration, Mr. Ravenni litigated some of the most divisive cases the department has ever defended, many under President Trump. But he knew, as all attorneys should know, that the ethical requirement to zealously represent one's client is not absolute. The duty of candor to the court must always come first. Mr. Ravenni refused to violate that duty, a choice that cost him his job. The risk Mr. Ravenni took by later blowing the whistle should inspire everyone committed to preserving the rule of law. We all applaud his bravery, and we stand ready to support any DOJ employee who uses the proper channels to hold our government accountable. Even putting aside the information that surfaced about internal deliberations involving Mr. Bovee, his denial that he sought to defy court orders strains credulity. Questioned repeatedly over whether he told DOJ attorneys to consider saying, quote unquote, fuck you to courts, he mustered only an, quote, I don't recall, end quote. Each one of the undersigned would testify under oath that we have never and would never tell a Justice Department attorney to consider defying a court order. Moreover, the Justice Department's later defiance of judicial mandates in the cases where Mr. Bovee prevented doing so further suggest that disregarding court orders was Mr. Bovee's intent all along. Yep, thank you. Dear God, I wish everyone was talking about this. Why is everyone not talking about this? Y'all, this is more important than the fucking files. This is more important than Jeffrey's files. Because no matter what happens, Donald Trump will not be the president forever. Emil Bovee, if put on this court, will be there until he is no longer on this earth. And for God's sake, could end up on the Supreme Court. This is more fucking important. Mr. Ravenni is far from the only DOJ attorney who has faced unconscionable ethical challenges of Mr. Bovee's design. When Mr. Bovee directed prosecutors in the U.S. Integrity Section to dismiss the case against New York Mayor Eric Adams, his actions gave the appearance of impermissible political considerations stemming from President Trump's immigration agenda. Former Southern District New York prosecutor Hagen Scotton encapsulated the problem in his resignation letter. See, they love the same part that I did, y'all. They loved the same part I did. Listen to this. Former Southern District New York prosecutor Hagen Scotton encapsulated the problem in his resignation letter, quote, no system of ordered liberty can allow the government to use the carrot of dismissing charges or the stick of threatening to bring them again to induce an elected official to support its policy objectives, end quote. Mr. Bovee's trampling over institutional norms in this case and in others sent shockwaves through the ranks, cratering morale, triggering mass departures. Like I said, you guys, more than 2/3 of the DOJ attorneys have resigned, and eroding the effectiveness of DOJ's vital work. Prosecutorial authority carries profound consequences on individuals' lives and the integrity of our public institutions. Wielding it without impartiality is a flagrant abuse of that power, because impartiality is also a cornerstone of the judiciary. Any failure to exercise it at DOJ must be carefully considered. Mr. Bovee's apparent lack of impartiality was also on full display when he punished those who pursued justice after the January 6th assault on the Capitol. Following President Trump's repeated promises of retribution, Mr. Bovee directed the termination of over a dozen of those prosecutors. He also called for the firings of 8 senior FBI officials who were involved in January 6th related investigations, and sought the names of thousands of more FBI agents for possible, quote unquote, additional personnel actions. Purging dedicated public servants for following the law was a betrayal of DOJ's law enforcement principles and an affront to democratic values. Because Mr. Bovee oversaw the investigation of January 6 suspects himself as an assistant United States attorney, it was also a breathtaking act of hypocrisy. Each of you was elected through a democratic process that for nearly 250 years has been anchored by the rule of law. But the law is only as strong as the institutions that interpret and enforce it. Foremost among them, the federal judiciary and the Department of Justice. By elevating those who have degraded one of those institutions to lifetime seats on the other, you will have abrogated your duty to ensure that we remain a nation of laws. No, DJ, we ask that you vote your conscience only after thoroughly and honestly investigating Mr. Bovee's actions at the Justice Department, including by questioning current and former DOJ employees with information relevant to the aforementioned incidents and others. We also urge you to zealously exercise your oversight powers to protect the Justice Department against further attacks. Thank you for your shared respect for our justice system and your consideration of our deep concern for its future. And then it is literally signed by 900 different DOJ attorneys. 900, folks. Yeah, I have that one already. I have that one, Rogue. The reason my prompt today says, will it be immigration that brings down the DOJ/Trump, is because the actions that they took with Mayor Adams is related to immigration. Is because the actions where they defied court orders is related to immigration, right? Yeah, they're in my link tree. I'm almost sure they are all in there. If they are not, I think there might only be one or two that aren't in there, but I will get them there. I cannot tell you all how important it is. That letter was sent to the Senate Judiciary Committee. So listen, where are we at with Emil Bovee? Here's where we are. Emil Bovee, during that Senate Judiciary, there aren't DOJ judges. There are federal judges, but there are DOJ attorneys. Right, Amy. So, but listen, here is what's important, folks. I need to explain this to you all. Listen. The Senate Judiciary, the GOP has the majority. So even if the Democrats had stayed there and voted, they would have lost the vote, right? So what they did instead is incredibly important. They walked out. When they walked out of that vote, it broke the quorum. You cannot take a vote when the quorum is not met. Yeah, babe. Oh, careful. So what will happen now? Let me finish. But Mila, you don't need anything. You just had noodles and a granola bar. I'm almost done. So listen, what will happen next is the Senate Democrats that are on the Senate Judiciary Committee, they will be talking to the parliamentarian to get those votes thrown out. That's what the conversation is going to be about next. Now, I think that the Senate parliamentarian, the parliamentarian we have seen so far that she's ethical and she follows the rule of law, right? So that's a good thing. However, if it makes it out of the Senate Judiciary Committee, it is your responsibility to ensure that it doesn't pass the Senate. How do you do that? By spreading all of this information to as many people as you know and to putting this all in letters. I've got one letter template that is already in my link tree that you can use, but I will also be writing another one that includes the rest of these cases. Okay? So, this is the part that gets really important, folks. This man cannot have a lifetime appointment to the Third Circuit. They are 100% working to get him on the Supreme Court eventually. Scotty, that's the reason that the Democrats are saying it's null and void, right? And this is before the end of the administration, right? Yep, they still took the vote. Now, yeah, so the live is able to be watched on YouTube and on Facebook once I shut it down. It will still be available on those two platforms. Okay. Yeah, not SCOTUS right now. Right. So it's really important, guys, for everyone to be on this. And make sure that you are focused on Virginia and New Jersey because they have statewide elections this year and they are going to be setting the tone for midterms. Let everybody else worry about Jeffrey's files. Let's focus on the things that are going to impact the country for years and years and years to come. Right? Because even if the files get rid of Trump, what's behind him is no better and possibly even worse. This is the thing they don't want anybody paying attention to, which is why we must pay attention to it and get the other people in our lives to also pay attention to it. It's really important. I cannot stress this enough. I know for some of you guys, we've read the same things like a couple of times, but it's important to go over the information as many times as necessary so that people have the right information so they don't just hear it once. When you hear it multiple times, it sinks in. You hear new things. You're able to actually talk about it. You're able to put it in perspective. And so, right, Micro, it reinforces it. Yeah. I see Bella made that heart.
Yeah.
Did she give it to you? Yeah. I love you. All right. So I will be working on more graphics for New Jersey and Virginia. What I also think is that I don't know. I don't watch mainstream news. Gentile, you have a question? I don't know if there's one list of all of them, Acorn. I don't know. There will be in the letter that I'm writing for everyone to use next. Gentile, what's your question? Gentile.
How you doing? No, I just wanted to know, have you looked into the Genius Act and what that means for the dollar?
No, because right now nothing's making its way through Congress. Like the Genius Act isn't making its way through Congress, and what we have on our plate right now is going to have a larger impact faster than that particular piece of legislation.
Well, I just was curious because I think in 2023 they passed the CBDC digital, well, they didn't pass it, but it stopped at the House. CBDC, anti-surveillance digital state act or something like that. And I just know that I think that like every time there's something up front that makes the headlines, there's always something in the background that they're spewing up, especially with legislation. But I just wanted to give you information on a bottoms-up grassroots movement that is in all 50 states if you are interested. The gentleman's name is Dr. Shiva Ayadore, and he's teaching the working class the science of systems, which the politicians and the corporations use that science to divide the people, which he has a platform that is uniting Americans in all 50 states if you were interested. I'll just put the website in the chat if you wanted to do some research.
Be careful putting links in the chat because TikTok doesn't like them. So make sure you do the dots. So for those of you all who do not know, yeah, I mean, the Genius Act was already signed.
So it's law, isn't it?
Yeah, it was signed 2 days ago.
Right. So, I mean, isn't that going to legalize cryptocurrency and kind of like destabilize the dollar even more?
I mean, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think whatever it's going to happen is long away. And to be honest, it's not the most pressing thing. It's
But I think that's an incitement on like infringement on our civil liberties. The things that keep us moving freely throughout society is cash. And if they take cash, we're not going to be able to operate in the manner that we have our independence, which they can't take our Second Amendment right, which they have been trying to. But I believe that those are the only two things that keep us, operating freely. And if they take cash, then Marjorie Taylor Greene has been speaking about a CBDC, which is a centralized currency, which she's saying that Genius Act is a framework for the implementation of a CBDC, which is centralized. So, I mean, I have to do a lot more research on it, which I just wanted to come up and see if you knew anything.
right. I think, and I hear you. What I'm saying though is that if Emil Bovee is confirmed and he gets a lifetime appointment as a federal judge, and then they get him onto the Supreme Court, which is what they want, nothing matters because whatever we put forward in court cases, they can rule against us. So even if you were to say this violates my civil rights and you're going to file a lawsuit, good luck if the judge says is on their side, and he's fully corrupt. And so I think that people really we have to, it doesn't matter what the dollar is if we're under a dictatorship. It doesn't, you know what I'm saying? It just doesn't matter.
Yeah, I agree with you. I totally believe I'm anti-government. I believe left and right is the same.
Now, so I disagree, and here's why. I will tell you this. While there is political corruption and shit in both parties, they are not the same because there is one party that is working diligently to strip away the rights of people and push forward a white Christian nation, right? And there's another party that is not. So
Right, but because they're not pushing that agenda, doesn't make me believe that they both don't have the same agenda, and that's to take away from the American people, no matter what it is, they're both doing that.
they're not. I want you to tell me one bill that the Democrats have sponsored that takes away any rights or proposes to take away the rights of Americans.
It's trash.
No, listen, you're not answering my question. Gentile, this is the question. What legislation have Democrats passed that take away the rights of people?
I mean, it's not
right. So when you say that they're not.
So when you put the rights into the people don't do what they need to do.
But that's a people problem.
Yeah, well, both sides are dividing forces.
No, but that's a people problem. So here's what I'm saying.
Together.
So here's what I'm saying to you is it's a people problem. Let me tell you, it has nothing to do with the right and the left. It really doesn't. It doesn't, because I don't care what system you have, if the people have a basic understanding of their values, right? And everyone has a baseline commitment to those core values, then whatever system is in place will work. Whatever system is in place. If people are driven by humanity, if people are driven by the rule of law, if people are driven by equity, if people are driven by all of those things, then no matter what system it is, and no matter what people call the parties, it works. And we see that right now today. How do we see it? We see a judicial system, a law enforcement system that is completely fucked, and we all know that it is. And still, within that system, there are judges that do not manipulate the rule of law. There are judges that don't give that do give breaks, that do give second chances. There are judges who, even within that rule of law, choose within the system that is dysfunctional to do the right things. So it's not about the system, folks. You can change a system all damn day, but until you change the hearts and minds of the people that run the systems, it won't matter.
Yeah, that's a long shot. I just know they've exposed their agenda, and I don't
Who
that from America.
who has exposed their agenda?
The government and corporations.
Well, I think that corporations have always demonstrated their agenda, which is why we've needed the regulation, right? Right? And I don't think that it is a long shot, because let me just say this. Let me just say this. I can prove that changing systems doesn't matter. I can prove it with integration. I can prove it with Brown versus y'all know what I'm talking about, versus the Board of Education. We changed those systems. It did nothing to solve the issue of racism within our school systems and within our children. It didn't. We no longer have to ride on the back of the bus. We can drink from whatever water fountain we choose to. It did nothing to establish equity. So my point is simply this. The system is going to change as the people change. And the only way that you change the system, the only way that you change the system is through productive conversation that generates understanding, even if it doesn't bring agreement, and that creates connection between all the people, because then when they go to the voting booth, they do it in a way that matters. So, did you vote in the last election?
And I voted for the gentleman who I told you has a bottoms up movement in all 50 states, which that's what he's doing. He's uniting the working class citizens.
So you voted for a third party candidate that
Absolutely.
that you knew wasn't going to win.
It's not about winning, it's about
Well, but it does. Hold on. It does matter. It does matter if you know that the person that you want to win has no possibility of winning, and in turn, you end up helping the worst candidate win.
Well, both of them were shitty, and the lesser of the two evils wasn't something I was going to vote for anyway. But to be a part of the process, this is where there's a difference in the establishment and being separate from the establishment.
No, all that does.
Putting your faith into the establishment, all they want is your tax and your.
This is not about putting your faith into the establishment. It's understanding that the establishment exists. And so until you can create a different establishment, you work within the system that you have to generate the best outcomes possible.
But when has the outcome become the best for the citizens?
Oh my God.
Exploited every day. Taxpayers and voters get nothing.
No, not accurate.
The transfer of wealth is insane.
But that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. That has nothing to do with it. You're literally all what you're doing right now is making yourself feel better because you voted for a guy that was better than the other two candidates in your opinion. And all you did was put tons of people in jeopardy. Hold on one second. I'm almost done. Okay, well then watch it. All you did was put many other people's lives in jeopardy, including children. Like seriously, at this point, like what state do you live in?
I'm in Pennsylvania.
Okay, you're in PA. So, in the state of Pennsylvania, do you know how many people will lose their health insurance under Medicaid because of the bill that was just passed? Because of the bill that just passed, which only happened because people like yourself chose to either not vote at all or to vote third party. Correct. Yeah, it is your right, but that doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. I mean, I have a ton of rights, but it doesn't mean that it's the right thing to do. My question to you was very specific. Do you know how many people, including children and the elderly, are going to lose their health insurance as a result of this previous election and the bill that was passed? That's the question that I'm asking.
I mean, I'm not going to lose my health insurance.
So it's only about you? So you're not really worried about uniting the people then, right?
The constituents care about. They only care about themselves.
No. We're talking about you.
No, I speak for when I do work for the collective. I want all of America to do better.
Well, no, you don't, because you just said you're losing yours. You literally just said you're losing yours.
I say the quiet part out loud.
Well, no, you say your quiet part out loud, not everybody else's. To give you an idea, 340,000 people in Pennsylvania will lose their health insurance coverage. 340,000.
And again, until, like you said, there's a establishment that is independent of the current one, nothing's going to change. It's only getting worse.
Okay.
So
Well,
I only did that because of I wasn't going to vote for neither one. And then I ran across this gentleman who's not only doing something, he's doing what no other candidate, if not the establishment, is doing. And that's uniting the working class citizens with a movement. His movement is in all 50 states and in 102 countries. It takes for you as the constituent to get out there and do civil obedience and protest and boycott. But most importantly, if you don't have a organized movement, none of this matters. Unions, ever since unions have been involved in the political sphere, strikes have went practically to down. There's no one striking. That's the solution, is boycotting and striking, because if you don't hit people in their pockets, especially the big guys, this is what happens. You have a whole bunch of people who have nothing to offer society versus a small few who capitalize off of the labor and the work.
so Gentile, here's my question. So what is your solution in states that have laws against unions and that are at will states? What's your solution?
The solution is to go to shattertheswarm.com.
No, don't do that. Don't promote whoever you want. I'm asking you a real question. I'm asking you a real question. I'm asking you a real question. Right, you don't have one.
Obviously, those states don't need unions.
Obviously, they do.
So all states need unions?
All of the people working in those states need unions. Yeah.
So why do you need an outside source or an outside group to form a union? Why can't you independently do it yourself?
Do you have the legal expertise to run a union?
To run?
Yeah, because you do understand what unions do, correct? They negotiate contracts, which requires expertise in business law.
Which majority of the people who have those contracts aren't satisfied? majority of the working class citizens that are involved with those contracts aren't satisfied.
How do you know that? You don't. You're just spitting out rhetoric. You're just spitting out rhetoric.
Nothing's getting better.
You are literally just spitting out words. When is the last time you talked to anybody that is high up in a union?
Well, I have a brother who works for a college, and of course, colleges have become big stakeholders in unions because of the business that it attracts. But more importantly, the extraction of tuition and financial aid money that colleges have become subjected to.
So I sat in the state of Michigan and talked with the vice president of AFL-CIO. AFL-CIO, do you know who they are?
I don't.
Okay, so they are the unions that all the other unions belong to, right? Right? So that's who they are. And so that's who they are. I also spent some time with the VP of UAW. Do you know who that is? That is the United Auto Workers Union in Michigan, right? In depth. Like, do you know how the strike was done at GM, the very first one that was done in Detroit with GM? Do you know when it took place and how it took place?
No, I don't.
Okay, right. So this is my thing. You're talking so much shit about unions and you don't know anything about them. You are regurgitating rhetoric. You are regurgitating rhetoric that somebody else has told you. And you know absolutely no facts for yourself. And that's the part that makes you dangerous. That's the part that makes you dangerous. Yeah. So, yeah, well, be my guest. That's your right to do so. You're welcome. Have a great day, Gentile. Folks, let me just tell you something. I have no use for your fucking virtue signaling. I just have no use for it. Oh, well, I'm better than everybody else because y'all are part of the system. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Like, how do you think the systems change? And what do you think that it will take to make them change? Like, to say so, to know so much and know nothing. Yeah. You know what, folks? Yeah, he just said revolution. I don't have time for it. I don't. And let me tell you something. Revolution is happening. It just isn't happening based on conspiracy theories and all kind of other shit. Like, it is happening. I'm just saying, folks. We have a lot of work to do. Right, Tracy. Tracy Felty Rutherford said, easy pray for a cult leader. Yeah. You guys are welcome. Listen, there's a lot of information that is in the link tree that needs to get out. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. Right. And we've got to do it. And that means you got to get a hold of your Democratic senators right along with your Republican senators. I mean that across the board. We have no right. Stay on task. The task, remember when I said that there are parallel roads that we're going to be doing? So it is stop the confirmation of Emil Bovee, right? It is organize especially in Virginia and New Jersey for their statewide elections. It is work on your circle of control and your circle of influence, right? It is spend 80 to 85% of your emotional currency on the things that you can control and the things that you can influence. And then it is keep yourself grounded and rooted, so that you can actually be in a good place with your mental health to do these things and make them happen. Got it, folks? That is the goal. That's literally what it takes. What I will be doing is writing another template email for folks to use. I will be pulling out quotes from each of these letters, right, to use in this template, and then linking to the documents themselves as well. Okay. This is what's required. So I appreciate everybody for tuning in, and supporting these babies. Are going to, they're going to get a treat. Thankfully, my oldest daughter and I are working together to get them just a few days at the beach. That will happen starting on Wednesday. So they're excited. I have a lot of housework to do, a lot of organizing to do, and preparation. I will still be working while I'm at the beach. I will still be live, because the work doesn't stop. Real talk. Appreciate you guys. And so they just deserve a few days of goodness. They are very patient with me while I do this with you guys all the time. Girl, don't call the cat. Appreciate you, Lena. So listen, I will probably not be back this evening because we've been on for 5 hours today, but I will be back tomorrow. Do they need anything, John? I don't know yet. Appreciate you, Linda. But yeah, we got a lot of work to do. So I appreciate you all very much. Make sure that you are, one thing that you can definitely do for me. Thank you guys for the TikTok gifts, is go listen to the podcast. The Danny Cook Show is the podcast. It's available on all the platforms. Please do that. I need that kind of going back up. You love hearing their sweet voices in the background. Yeah. So let me just tell you, my oldest daughter was on the phone with me, and I normally take a trip with them every year. And I was in tears because I hadn't been able to do anything for them this year, this summer. And I just feel bad for not being able to do all the things. And so she had whatever points and whatever. And so we were able to do the accommodations. And so once the accommodations were taken care of, we'll make the rest of it work. Right. So that was the big part. Mila, are you okay? So, you're almost caught up on the podcast. Love that. So anyway, I appreciate you all very, very much. Let's get on it. We got work to do. I will be, I appreciate that, Tara Love. Yes, definitely. Yeah, definitely dad jokes. Okay, so listen, I appreciate you guys. I will be putting more resources in the Google Drive. You can access the Google Drive through the link tree. Make sure that you join my Discord. Even if you're not a subscriber, folks, everybody matters. Everybody is valuable. So join the subscriber. There is a non-subscriber side, and then there is a subscriber side. Y'all, Malcolm Jamal Warner has died. Theo Huxtable has died. Hold on. He sure has. He has died at the age of 54. He drowned while swimming in Costa Rica. He was caught by a high current in the ocean and drowned. Wow. That's devastating. That's horrible. That's horrible. Sorry, I saw the thing, and yeah, so if you guys are out in the ocean, please be mindful of the currents. Malcolm Jamal Warner, he played Yeah, The Resident is a series on Netflix. Yeah, but he was Theo on the Huxtables on the Cosby Show. That's what most people remember him from. So yeah, that's horrible. That's horrible. But anyway, all right, you guys. That was a horrible note to end on, but it came through. So, can you say something about the podcast? Yes, Cam. God, I didn't know how many of you guys were in the queue. What's up, Cam?
Hey, yeah, sorry to interrupt. I know you were trying to sign off. This should be quick. No, I was just gonna say something because I know that it like helps your, I don't know what the word is, like algorithm or whatever, push out for the podcast.
Yeah.
It's within the first 7 days, like if you interact and watch with it. So what I noticed, one little trick I would say is if you have a few that you have to catch up on, go from
the newest,
most recent and then work your way back.
Yep.
Instead of saying, oh, I have to watch someone from 3 weeks ago and then go to current, just
Yes.
start with the latest so that you could help her.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, not the algorithm, but
it's the downloads, and so it's the rankings. And so the more views that it has within the first 7 days of an episode, the better the rankings are. And so I appreciate that reminder, Cam. It is best if you start with the most recent one. I'm going to work to get an episode out before we leave on Wednesday, along with everything else. So yeah, start with those. It's in all places, guys. The podcast is on Apple Podcast. It's on Spotify. It's on Podbean. It's on Audible. It's on Amazon Music. It's pretty much anywhere that you listen to a podcast, it is there. So yeah, I appreciate that. I do have more to get out for you. I have another one from Kelly Barr that I need to get out. I literally have like 3 episodes. It is iHeartRadio as well, right? Just me. So I need to do some work on those things and get them out. So it is the Danny Cook Show, Gabs. That's it. I just keep it easy for everybody.
Oh, Sandy, you can download. I use Podbean, and there is like when you are looking at a specific. So you have to like. It's helpful if you follow the Danny Cook Show. So I follow her as like the show, and then I usually go in and I like that specific podcast. But then there's also like a little download under each episode.
Yep.
I use Podbean. I think it's probably similar to Spotify.
It is.
But yeah, I know you're trying to run, but yeah, just keep it in mind to always, even if you have like 4 or 5 episodes to catch up on, just always go from the recent one because it will help Danny.
Yes, it does. Thank you, Cam. I appreciate you. All right. So guys, subscribers, I know that we need another movie night. I know that we need to get back on the book stuff together. I know. So what I would say is realistically, let me get on the other side of this trip. The kids will start school shortly after that. And then we will be able to kind of really dig in and make things happen. So I appreciate you much. Love you, mean it. And I will see you all tomorrow. Okay. Bye, guys. Bye.